we? Okay, great. So जल्दी से बता दो first 1 to 25 if you can. Name. Okay. Okay. 8 मैंने पहले ही बोला था इतना don't take that much of stress. It's okay if you don't remember. It's fine. And during the examination, it is absolutely fine if you are not able to quote the clause number also. But make sure that you should know the particular. You didn't come in the morning. Everyone was missing you because your motivation, na? Okay. Huh? Where? Who? Oh. Okay. Chalo. Ram Navami factor. Chalo. So tell me 20 to 25. What was 21? चलो देख के करते हैं क्योंकि मेरे को भी नहीं पता. Okay, 12th one was what? Presumptive income 13, method of accounting 14, method of valuation of stock 15, details of capital asset converted into 16, amount credited to P&L account, then where the land and building is transferred below the which value? Stamp value authorized by the government, then particulars of the depreciation allowed, then 19, admissible expenditures 20, sums paid to the employees in the form of bonus and commission and taken from them in the form of contribution 21, amount debited to P&Ls but they are admissibles or inadmissibles 22, any interest paid to MSME 23, payment to specified person. What you need to check the two things, it should not be excessive, it should not be unreasonable. 24, deemed profit gain under section 32 AC, and 25 is profit under section 41. If later on it has been waived off, you need to produce proof for the same. Now section 43B liabilities, so you all know all that areas which you need to pay on or before filing of the which audit report? Tax audit report. That is areas after the financial year will be over. Like within the 6 months, you have to make sure that all those statutory dues areas must have been paid on or before filing the before the due date of filing the tax report. 46, 47 is about Senvet credit. What is 47? Senvet credit क्या होता है? Full form? Senvet. अभी भी इसका नाम Senvet ही है, I think. No. Now also Senvet credit rules is named Senvet credit rules only. What is the name on, like whatever the input credit you get from monthly to monthly? What do we do? GST credit. We call it a GST credit, but name is also GST credit, or it is Senvet credit. Input tax credit. Also, while writing in the form, we have a heading. I'm saying that officially, what is its name? Input tax credit only. Okay, Senvet credit में GST VAT credit utilized during the year and treated in P&L, and prior period expenditures credited, debited, not allowed unless the cash accounting. अच्छा ये क्या होता है? Companies में which basis of accounting is allowed? In the corporate entities, only accrual basis. Generally, only what is allowed is accrual. And non-corporate entities में you have a choice to have a accrual basis of accounting as well as what? Cash. That is your choice. 28th, so 27th was relating to Senvet credit. 28th is relating to shares without consideration, inadequate consideration covered under section 52(6), taxable as I of S. Not applicable as it was omitted from which year? From 1/6/2010 to 31/4/2017. So now it is applicable or not applicable? Next one, issued shares more than FMB. What is FMB? Fair market value. Whether the assessee received any contribution for the issue of shares which is more than fair market value. If yes, we need the details. And applicable to the companies in which issued the shares price more than what? Fair market value. Public is not interested substantially and issued to whom? Residents. And what is the amount of taxable? The issue price minus what? Fair market value. That amount only will be what? Taxable. So basically ये clauses सारे name wise clauses है, you have to remember. So what was 26, 27 and 28? What is 26? 43B liabilities. What is 27? Senmet. 28. Shares are issued without any consideration, and Next one, or inadequate consideration, shares were sold for more than what? Fair market value. Anything more than fair market value, anything more than issue price will be treated as taxable income. Now 29A, what is 29A? If any advance forfeited in course of negotiations for the transfer of capital assets, but capital asset is not yet transferred, if both the conditions are matched, reported only on forfeiture. Whether any such amount forfeited, then such amount shall be chargeable under the IFS and furnish income and amount. So say for example, company entered into a transaction with the third party, we will transfer our fixed assets or taxable asset to you or capital asset to you, and the other party has given you what? The advance for the same. But unfortunately, the transaction did not turn out properly, and you have the advance and you have forfeited that that particular advance. And what are the two conditions to be satisfied in this case to get covered under 29A? Condition number one, please. Any advance taken in the course of negotiations for the transfer of which asset? Plus capital asset is not what? Transferred. If both the conditions are matched, reported on what? Forfeiture. Whether any such amount forfeited, then such amount shall be chargeable under IFOS and furnish the income and what? Amount. What is 29B? 29B section number 56(2) subsection X. So अच्छा ये अपना वो जो stamp value वाला था, I told you ना कि in that you sold the capital asset below the which value? उसका थोड़ा सा connection है यहाँ पे. Now see what they are saying. There are three types of transactions on or after 1/4/2017. If where any person receives any income, what is the income? Number one, just a sum of money, not by selling any movable or immovable property. You received a sum of money without any consideration for more than what? Matlab kind of gift. Somebody has paid you the money more than what? 50,000 required to be disclosed. What is here? In case of which property? Movable property. If you have got any money for that movable property's fair market value is more than what? 50,000. And with consideration, if the fair market value minus consideration is more than what? 50,000. What does that mean? Please tell me the difference between the first point and second point. In the first point, you are not getting any kind of asset. In the first point, you are only getting the money, and somebody gave you the money more than what? 50,000. Second case, somebody gave you the asset, but you did not pay any kind of consideration, and the asset's fair market value is more than what? 50,000. And what is there? You paid some consideration. Say for example, somebody gave me a bullet bike, movable asset. Am I correct? The market value of that is 1,50,000, but I paid only 90,000 for that. Now tell me, what is the fair market value? 1,50,000. How much consideration I paid? If we'll do the difference between the two, is the value more than 50,000? In case of which asset? Movable property. And third thing, again in case of what? Immovable property. Without consideration, if the stamp duty value is more than what? 50,000. Or with consideration, if the stamp duty value minus consideration amount is, ये वाला point पढ़ो. See, here तो directly it was fair market value minus consideration is more than what? But here what they are saying, if the stamp duty minus consideration, that amount is more than higher of these two. What is higher of these two? 50,000 rupees or 10% of the consideration, 110% of the consideration, whichever is higher. Matlab, say for example, we bought a house, am I correct? Or immobile property में land की बात कर लेते हैं. तो the land value was, stamp duty value was it's 4,50,000. Suppose small land was there. Stamp duty value was 4,50,000, and the amount which I paid for that land is 1,50,000. First of all, to tell me the difference between the two. 3 lakh rupees. So keep it aside. Now we have to check that keep 50,000 of 110% of the consideration. How much I paid? 1,50,000 ka 110% is 1,65,000. Am I correct or not? So 1,65,000 or 50,000, whichever is higher. 1,65,000. But what was the difference between the two? 3 lakhs. Is 3 lakhs more than that? Yes. So it will be covered over here. So the difference between your stamped value minus consideration, if that amount is more than higher of these two. What is higher of these two? 50,000 rupees or 110% of the consideration, whichever is higher, then it is to be reported under clause number 29B. Next one, 30 clause, everyone. Details of any borrowed amount on hundis where the interest paid and principal repayment made by the way other than the what? Account paycheck. पहले तो ये बताओ what kind of hundis they are talking about. What hundis they are talking about? Those which are in temple or kind of negotiable instrument. Actually, the older version of the bill of exchange used to be called as what? Hundis. So you gave hundi to somebody, am I correct? And somebody made you the payment, but the payment was made to you by the way other than the check, account pay check, then obtain the WRL on it from the company and give an appropriate note suggested by ICA where mentioning that it is not possible for him to obtain evidence on the same unless provided by the SE. अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ, in today's world, how many of you have seen actually the bills of exchange? कभी देखा है? Promissory note. Hundis is the older version of what? Bills of exchange. It means before, my generation to my generation to my generation. That is what the concept of hundis at that point of time. Do you think that somebody will keep the evidence for the same? Hundis are basically not at all available in the market. So as an ICA, what they are saying that as you don't have the proof to prove that there was a hundi, at least take what? WRL. What is WRL? Yes, you got this payment on the behalf of that hundi, and moreover give an appropriate note suggested by whom? I say, we're mentioning that it was not possible for him to obtain what? Evidence on the same unless provided by whom? Assessee. अब तुमने assessee से पूछा show me the copy of that hundi or show me the evidence of that hundi. उन्होंने बोला sir hundi is used to be there, I don't have. So in that case at least give a note कि it was impracticable for me to obtain the evidence, that's why I'm unable to obtain the evidence. Or at least you can do what? Take the, and this will arise if the client is not ready to give you the WRL. If the client is ready to give you what? WRL. You have the enough evidence to prove yourself or not. So that is what comes under clause number what? 30. अब try करो 30-1. एक बार try करो. हुंडी 30. 30 हुंडी. हुंडी 30, 30 हुंडी. 29B. Gift for more than 50,000. Movable property without consideration more than 50,000 value. With consideration, if the fair market value minus consideration is more than 50,000. Immovable property without consideration, stamp duty value is more than. It is just that movable and immovable, and difference is what? That is fair market value, and this is what? Stamp duty value. Next. Consideration above the stamp duty value minus consideration is higher than 50,000 or 110% of the consideration paid, whichever is higher. And then what was 28? 29A was what? Any advance you taken for promise to transfer of which asset? Capital asset. But the capital asset has not been transferred and the advance taken by you has been what? Forfeited. Okay, what is 29? Issued the shares more than fair market value. Then what is 28? Shares without any consideration or inadequate consideration. Then 27, settlement. 25, 26, 43B, 25, profit under section 41, 24, deemed profits, 23. ठीक है, तो उसके ऊपर 22 बताओ, try to. Interest pays to MSME, right or not? Next one. Amount debted to P&L, which are admissible or inadmissible? Inadmissible. 20th. Employees payment, bonus and commission and receipt in the form of contributions. Then 19. 18 depreciation. Then 17. 17 is what? Land and building wala, same connection with the 29 wala. Next one. 16. Not credited incomes into the P&L account. Next one. 15. Capital asset turned into a stock in trade. Then 14. Then 13. Then 12. You know why we are doing this? Why we are doing this? To make sure to realize him ki what you have lost. You have lost, bro. You have lost, bro, by not coming in the morning session. Anyways, we have done it in the last 1 hour only. Okay, where we are? 12. 12 kya tha? And 11. 10. 9. Then 1. Name. Address. PAN. IDT के अंदर audit. Then status. Previous year. चलो चलो, बस है, इतना जोर नहीं देना है। 30A, वेदर एनी प्राइमरी एडजस्टमेंट टू द ट्रांसफर प्राइस, ये तो आपका वो है इंटरनेशनल ट्रांजैक्शन। 92E, so if there is any transfer pricing under section 92E, if yes, these are the following disclosures you have to make. Under which clause of 92 it was made, amount of primary adjustment, whether excess money available with the associate party to be repatriated to India. If yes on above, if it is repatriated to India, whether repatriated within the time. If no on the above, if it is not repatriated to India, then imputed interest on such excess money which is not repatriated shall be what? Provided. पहले तो मेरे को ये बताओ 92 ट्रांसफर प्राइसिंग होता क्या है? ये तो आपने डीटी में करा होगा थोड़ा बहुत, एडवांस रूलिंग चैप्टर के बाद। आई नो, आई सेड एडवांस रूलिंग चैप्टर के बाद। टेल मी, हाँ, लेस देन arm's length price in India or outside India. So what are the 4 disclosures you have to make? Tell me now. Under which clause of 92E it has been done? What is the second disclosure? Amount of primary adjustment. What is the third? If there is an excess money left with the which party? Whether they have repatriated to India or not. Fourth में, if yes, whether it is repatriated within time. If no, imputed interest should be calculated on that which money? Excess money. And remember, ये बात देखना ना, against primary adjustment or against secondary adjustment required if the amount is more than what? 1 crore. This clause will be only applicable if the amount of imputed interest is more than what? 1 crore. Section number 30B, 94B related transactions where the interest payment is incurred on an amount is exceeding what? 1 year. You have paid an interest to someone and the amount was more than what? 1 crore. Then in that case, amount of expenditure by interest, EBI TDA means earnings before interest, tax, depreciation amount. Then if it is more than what? 30% of your EBI TDA, then details of what? Interest expenditures brought forward and details of interest expenditure carry forward. So basically this is 94B where the interest amount paid by you is exceeding what? 1 year. 30C में whether assessee entered into any impermissible avoidance agreement, then if yes, then nature of that agreement, amount of tax benefit in the previous year you have gained. So what is 30A, 30B, 30C? 94, 92E transfer pricing, 94B, and this is 96. What is the provision under A, B and C? What are the 5 disclosures you have to see? In which section of primary adjustment of 92B has been done? Amount, excess amount kept with whom? Associate party, am I correct? And repatriated or not repatriated? If not repatriated, then imputed interest more than what? 1 crore. This has to be checked. And what is next one? 92, 94B. If you have paid the interest more than what? 1 crore. And what is next one? 96. If the assessee entered into any what? Permissible avoidance agreement, means avoidance of tax agreement, and what is the nature of that agreement and amount of tax benefit you got. 31AB, अभी आगे snake वाले 29SS, 29ST, इसमें थोड़ा थोड़ा डिफरेंस है, माइनर डिफरेंस इफ विल कैच। इसमें मेजर फोकस है कि आर यू मेकिंग द पेमेंट बाय अकाउंट पे चेक और नॉट। If you're not making the payment by account pay check, you will get drawn under these subsections. Now see, 269 SS, what does that say? That I think you can tell me better than that. Particulars of loan or deposit received more than the which specified? Limit specified. और इसकी limit कितनी है भाई? What is the limit of this is 20,000. 269 SS की 20,000. So if you have received any loan or a deposit more than the specified limit, that is called 20,000, then these are the details you have to mention to your tax auditor. What is the details? Name, address and PAN, whether squared up, did you repay it or not, maximum amount outstanding, whether taken accepted by what? Check or banking channel, and whether the same was taken by what? Account pay check or account pay DD. Now please tell me what is 269 SS is talking about. If you have accepted any deposit or if you have accepted any loan more than 20,000 specified limit under section 269 SS, the following details you have to mention. What are the details? Name, address, PAN of the lender. Second, is it squared, means repaid or not? If it is still what? Pending. Then if say whether the same was taken by the account pay check or what? Account pay DD. This is a major focus in all these sections. And on the other side, opposite to that, particulars of specified sum exceeding limit specified under section 269 SS. Specified sum. अब मेरे को ये बताओ, if this question will come about the normal, suppose मैंने 30,000 का लोन ले लिया. How much is a loan? But what if I have taken that 30,000 loan for the purchase of capital asset? Then in that case it will fall under B part. So what do you mean by this specified sum? That specified sum is amount related to transfer of which property? Immovable property. See, 269 SS में two amounts are there. If you are taking the amount for the purpose other than transfer of immovable property, it will come under the left side. And if it is relating to the amount of wherever this word will be written, what is this word? What do you mean by this specified sum? It is specified for the transfer of which property? Immovable property. Limit will remain same. It was exceeding how much? 20,000. Then it will get covered under subclause number B. Is it clear? 269 SS understood? Please tell me what is 269 SS now? Amount or deposit accepted for more than 20,000. These are the details you have to give. But if that amount accepted or got the deposit for a specified sum, what is that specified sum? Relating to transfer of which property? Immovable property. Then it will get covered under what? B. Then what is 269 ST? These 2 points, BA and BB, are relating to receipt and BC and BD are relating to what? Payment. पहले पढ़ लो यहाँ पे. There the limit is 2 lakhs. Now read this point. Particulars of receipt exceeding 269 ST. मतलब you have received the money which is beyond how many lakhs? 2 lakhs. Otherwise than by check, bank draft or EC. What do you mean by that? Other than banking channels, if you have received the money which is exceeding the 269 ST ka limit, which is how much? 2 lakhs. Then you have to report it here. Particulars of receipt exceeding 269 ST by check or bank draft, but other than what? Account pay. What does that mean? दोनों में डिफरेंस बताना, ये पॉइंट और ये पॉइंट पे. Try to. Both the languages are same. ये 290 नहीं है, 29 नहीं है, sorry. This is also. एक second. Thin line of difference is there. Try to. नहीं, difference I am asking. What is the difference between BA and BB? Why two clauses have been made for the same amount? In the first one, you are receiving it via account pay. So do mention it here. If it is other than what? Account pay. Do mention under another one. Is it the difference? हाँ, तो इधर भी more than exceeding ही लिखा है. Both the side the word exceeding is wrong. Sir, up to this point, there is no change now. Both the points are same. The change only came in the lower part. What is the lower part? Concentrate this. I remain filtered it. Here you check, receive the money other than by what? Check, BD or ECS. It means you might have received it in cash. And there you received it via banking channel, but other than account pay check. Did you get the point or not? In the first one you received it other than banking channels. Means you received it in the form of cash. In the second point, you received it via banking channel, but other than what? अब क्वेश्चन अराइज होता है कि नॉर्मल चेक और अकाउंट पे चेक में डिफरेंस क्या है. मैंने नॉर्मल चेक दिया और मैंने अकाउंट पे चेक दिया. व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस इट विल क्रिएट टू यू? अकाउंट पे चेक इज नॉट नेगोशिएबल इन नेचर. इट इज व्हाट? नॉट अकाउंट पे का मतलब क्या होगा कि द पे हुज नेम इज मेंशन ऑन द चेक, दैट पर्सन ओनली शुड रिसीव द पेमेंट. और अगर मैं आपको नॉर्मल जनरली क्रॉस चेक इफ आई गिव यू, that generally cross check can be transferable from one person to another via endorsement. Are you getting the point or not? Account pay check का मतलब होता है कि it is transferable or non transferable. It prohibits the further negotiability of the check. That is what you mean by account paid. Now again tell me what are the 2 points here? You receive the money more than 2 lakhs, you receive the money more than 2 lakhs. But what is the first case? Other than by banking channels, mean received in the form of cash. There you received it via banking channel, but the check which you received, even if you received the check, that was other than what? Account pay. Same 2 points here on the both the sides. Read this point. Particulars of the payment made otherwise than by what? Check. Matlab you made the payment of that loan which you have taken more than 2 lakhs via what? Cash. And what is the payment you made it over here? You made the payment via bank draft check, but other than what? Account pay. अब बताओ दोनों difference में समझ में आया? All the 4 points, try to tell me. In the first 2 points you are receiving. In the next 2 points you are paying. In the receiving, first one you received it more than 2 lakhs via. Second में you received more than 2 lakhs via banking channel, but other than what? What is the third one? You are repaying it back in cash. You repaying it via check, but other than what? Account paid. Easier, no? So what was 269 SS ka? That was 20,000 limit. Here it is what? 2 lakh. What were the 2 points over there? And it was both the points where you were receiving. But one was normal amount, one was specified sum. Specified sum relating to immovable property. Here in the first 2 points you are receiving, and then in the next 2 points you are repaying. Receiving in cash other than account pay, paying in cash other than account pay. Clear? Next one, what is 269T now? Particulars of repayment of loan exceeding the limit in any manner. Name, matlab if you are repaying the loan which is more than the exceeding the limit in any manner, then these are the 3 details you have to give. What is the 3 details? 4 details. Name, address, PAN, amount repaid, whether squared up, and maximum amount outstanding. What is this one? Particulars of repayment exceed limit of which amount received was otherwise via bank draft or check. अब मेरे को ये बताओ, what is the difference between these 2 repayments? Where it is written? Yes. What is the word used? What? Any manner. You are repaying in what? Any manner. Here you are repaying via banking channels only. But no. Here you are not. Here the concentration is not on repayment. What you received was otherwise by bank draft or check. What do you mean by that? See, here also you may pay via check. Here also you may pay via check. But here the tax auditor is not bothered how you received that money. Here the tax auditor is bothered how you receive that money which you are repaying. If you received that money otherwise by what? Otherwise then bank draft or check, you will get covered here. Otherwise you will get covered here. Problem is not with the repayment. Problem is why you are repaying? Because you received it first. How you received that matters again here. Are you getting the point or not? So please tell me, in the first case, does that bother? How did you receive the money? No. In the second case, yes, you received the money. How? Of which amount received was otherwise via bank draft or what? Check. Now tell me what is the third point then? Particulars of repayment exceeding the limit of which advance amount received was via check or bank draft, but not what? अब तीनों में difference बताओ. What is the difference in first, second and third? You are repaying. Am I correct? What you received exceeded the limit earlier. In the first case, what you are repaying, it doesn't matter. Only 4 things you have to mention. What are the 4 things? Name, address, PAN, and amount repaid, whether squared up, amount maximum outstanding. What is the second case or third case में difference? In the second case, when you are repaying the amount which you received exceeded the limit via channels other than what? Banking channels. Here via banking channels, but other than which check? Account pay. Simple. Total 7 points are there in this mind-boggling clause. पहले बताओ 269 SS में क्या हुआ? You received the money amount or deposit more than 20,000. You received the money amount for specified sum relating to immovable property more than what? 20,000. Next क्या हुआ? You received it, you received it, you paid it, you paid it. Received it in cash, paid it in, received it in method via banking channels, but other than account pay. Paid it in cash, paid it in the other than account pay. Now what is happening in three repayments? You are repaying a loan, repaying a loan, repaying a loan. You are repaying the loan in any manner. You are repaying the loan other, you are repaying the loan in any manner, but which you received by a method other than what? Banking channels. Here you are repaying the loan of that amount which you received via banking channel, but you did not receive it via which check? Account pay check. Simple. So what was the three sections? 269 SS, 269 ST and 269 T. Okay? Now here also the limit is what? 20,000. So where is the limit? 2 lakhs only. 269 ST. Neither it is in SS nor it is only in T. Where it is ST, the limit is what? 2 lakhs. Did you understand? Ab batao, anybody? One person. All the 7 clauses. You tell. You. Try to. SS bol do pehle. It will be in sequence. Hmm. Hmm. Received via any manner. Hmm. 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 What? Any manner what? Repayment or particulars of repayment exceeding the limit. In any manner. Then second and third. What? You received it that time via banking channels, but other than what? Account pay. Second May you received it via other than what? Banking channel. But in no place you received it in a which check? Account pay check. Right or not? Next one. 32A everyone. Brought forward losses and depreciation allowance details. What do you mean by अच्छा dividend में हमने ये topic किया था? How many brought forward losses you can adjust it? As per dividend chapter I am asking. Total loss of those loss making years to be compared with depreciation, whichever is lower. Next 32B, whether any change in shareholding came from the last year to current year which is more than 49%. If yes, deductions are not allowed to be taken, which means at least 51% of the voting rate shall be same in both the years to claim what? Deduction. What does that mean? पढ़ लो एक बार. छोटा सा कॉन्सेप्ट है. पहले ये देखना, is it more than or less than 49%? No, this one is fine. Above one. It means they are saying that if you want to claim the deduction, make sure that the voting rights in your hand in both the years, current year as well as what? Previous year, shall not fall below what? 51%. Am I correct? Read the point again. Whether any change in the shareholding came from the which year? Last year to current year, which is more than 49%. If yes, deductions are not allowed to be taken, which means at least how much? 51% of the voting rights shall be same in both years to claim what? Deduction. Then details of speculation, if any, to be furnished under section 73. अच्छा ये ना तीनों पॉइंट्स जो हैं ये 32C, 32D and 32E, these three are connected with each other and very similar to each other. You have to tell me the difference. Try to read all these three. What is the first one? 32C. Details of speculation loss, if any, to be furnished under section 73. मतलब you were involved in a speculation business and you incurred some loss. What is the next one? Details of any specified business loss incurred in such specified business under 73A. तो दोनों में difference है. वो speculative business की बात हो रही है. This is specified business. But what is the third one? In case of company, whether it is carrying speculative business, if yes, whether suffer any speculation loss during the year, furnish the details. What is the difference between 32E and 32C? It is specially in case of what? Company. This is in case of other than company. And what is the difference between this and this? That is speculative business and this is specified business. Clear है? ये छोटे छोटे ट्रिक्स हैं by which you can remember कि what they are asking you. Next 33 details of deductions admissible under chapter 6A. वो अपने सारे 82 ATC2 ATU वाले deductions, right or not? So section 10A 10AA details. What are the details you have to give? Section, qualified amount, admissible deduction, consecutive years from which deduction is what? Claimed, and auditor's remarks. This is clause number 33. What is clause number 34 is all about what? TDS. How much TDS? अच्छा TCS और TDS में difference है. Full form मत बताना. I know. इतना भी I'm not away from tax की I don't know full form. Full form I know. What is the difference? Seller will collect TCS. Buyer will collect डिडक्ट TDS. मतलब एक एग्जांपल देके बताओ, अगर मैं कार खरीदता हूं तो डीलर विल कलेक्ट फ्रॉम मी TCS. एंड इफ आई एम पेइंग अ रेंट, द लैंडलॉर्ड विल डिडक्ट और रेंट पेयर विल डिडक्ट, टेनेंट विल डिडक्ट व्हाट? TDS. तो अमाउंट ऑफ TDS डिडक्टेड एंड TDS कलेक्टेड. बट ये TDS TCS नहीं है, ये TDS दोनों है. How much is payable and how much is what? Receivable. Next one, whether the assessee is required to furnish the statement of tax deducted and statements of what? Tax collected. Whether assessee is liable to pay the interest under section 21IA 206CA for the late submission of tax to the which authority? In case you do not file your TDS returns on time. TDS returns monthly or quarterly? Quarterly. 35 everyone. Quantitative details in case you are in which concern? So what are the 5 details you have to give? Opening stock, purchases, sales, closing stock, shortages or excess. And in case you are in the which business? Manufacturing business, and your raw material consumer, what is the information you have to give? Same, but only 2 points added. Now see, opening stock, purchase, what is this word added? Consumption, sale, closing stock, and these 3 again. Yield of what? Finished product, percentage of yield, shortage or what? Excess. And relating to finished goods, opening stock, purchase, quantity manufactured, sales during the year, closing stock, and shortages and excess. Difference in these two? Only 2 words. First one is here, yield and percentage. And consumption is converted into what? Quality manufactured. This is in case of, quantity manufactured. This is in case of manufacturing concern. Is it clear? Next one, clause number 36 omitted. 36A. If the assessee received any amount in the form of what? Dividend. If yes, furnish the details. What is 37? 37, 38 में और 39 में, these 3 things you can do together. ये cost audit के ऊपर है, ये excise audit के ऊपर है, ये special audit के ऊपर है. What are the 3 points? Cost audit. Cost audit में क्या करोगे? So you will do the cost audit or you will observe the report given by the cost auditor. And if the cost auditor has given any modifications and reservations, whether the company did the needful steps to overcome the same or not, that you will cover under 37. What is 38 about the which audit? Which is basically eliminated point only, because no longer excise is what? Applicable. 39 is relating to details of audit under section 72A on the valuation of taxable services and disqualification and agreements kept by the such auditor. तो बताओ what was 37, 38, 39, 3 audits. लेकिन अब तुम मेरे को 39 से 1 बनाओगे? 39 से 1 थोड़ा हैवी हो जाएगा. ब्रेक इवन पॉइंट, मतलब ब्रेक 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 ब्रेक. ट्राई करो. चलो 1 to 39 आओ, उससे इजी रहेगा थोड़ा. ट्राई करो. 11 से स्टार्ट करो. वो रहने दो फर्स्ट वाले. 11 से स्टार्ट करो. बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स. अच्छा अच्छा, मैं बोलता हूँ मैं बोल रहा हूँ 16 क्या था और 39 क्या है? 39, 72A disagreements. 39 is 72A, हाँ 72A, 38 XI, उसके ऊपर व्हाट वाज क्लॉज नंबर 37, उसके ऊपर 30, हाँ 37, उसके ऊपर 36 क्लॉज, तो 37 के ऊपर 36 क्लॉज, बट व्हाट इज 36? डिविडेंड रिसीव 36, A was dividend received, 36 is what? Omitted. उसके बाद quantitative details 35, then 34 TDS, 33 deductions, 32 company के केस में speculative loss, before that specified business, before that any other concern का speculative business loss. Then 32B, if your voting rights are not more than at least 51% in both the years, deduction will not be allowed. What is 32A? Brought forward losses. Then you already know snake. 269 SS ST T. Last time बता दो ये. SS. Loan or deposit received more than 20,000. Loan and deposit received for as a specified sum for the in case of immobile property more than 20,000. 269 ST received a loan exceeding the limit via channels other than banking channel, via banking channels but other than account pay, paid via other than banking channels, paid via banking channels but other than account pay. 269T, here you did the repayment for which the loan was received via any manner. You made the repayment for which the loan was received by a channel other than what? Banking channel. You may making the repayment of the loan for which the loan was received via channel through banking only but other than account paycheck. Done. चलो कितने हो गए थे अपने clause? 39, 40. These are the ratios. What are the 5 ratios you have to calculate? Total turnover, gross profit by turnover, net profit by turnover, stock in trade by turnover, material consumed by finished products. 41. Details of any demand order or what? Refund. Extra, you have paid the tax, so you will get the refund, or if you have paid the under tax, you will get a what? Demand order. Right? And 42. Whether the SSE filed any statement under 61, 60A, 61B. But what is 61 read? Details of parties who did not quote PAN while entering what? Transactions. 61A, any issue of bonds and securities and buyback securities by which companies? Listed entities. And 61B, due diligence carried out by whom? Assessee. So if any of these reports have been filed by the assessee, it is to be quoted under 42. What is 43? Whether any assessee or its parent entity or its alternate entity is liable to furnish CBCR, full form country by country report, under the Finance Act since 2016. If yes, if they are quoting this report, name of the which entity? Parent entity, name of the alternate entity, date of furnishing the report. Under section 286, an international group requires to furnish CBCR report in India. Tax auditor shall verify it whether the taxpayer whose parent is non-resident has filed the form number. ये बोला, ये तो mix of 3 है. Do you remember public trust का form number? 10B. 35D और E का तो क्या था? EA. और वो अपने 80B बा 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 का बा बाद 10IB ICID. और ये वाला क्या है? पढ़ना. 3CEAC. 3CEAC. और 35D और 35E का क्या था? 3AE. ये 3CEAE. तो 3 लिख के आया ना एटलीस्ट. ठीक है. एंड द लास्ट वन, ब्रेकअप ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर्स ऑफ एंटिटीज रजिस्टर्ड or not registered under what? GST. First one, the total amount of what? Expenditure paid related to goods and services exempted under GST, related to entity under composite. Composite scheme क्या होती है? ये तो आपको पता ही होगा. हाँ, वो पता है GST के रिलेटेड होती है, बट composite scheme क्या होती है? मतलब they can collect the tax from you, GST from you, or they can't. Related to what? regular, other regular entities and total amount paid to the which entities? Registered entities. अब बताओ 44 to 1. लास्ट में एक बार ट्राई करो. पॉइंट नंबर 1. जितने हो गए जितने हो गए. पॉइंट नंबर 1 10 सॉरी 10 हो रहा है. नेम IDT 4 स्टेटस फाइनेंशियल असेसमेंट 8 40 वो वाले स्पेशल वाले. देन 8A वो 9 10 हाँ 11 12 13 यही वो 18 19 तक मस्त जाते. आफ्टर दैट थोड़ा ट्रेन विल स्टॉप. ओके 14 15 16 16 17 18 depreciation 19 inadmissible or admissible. Then 21 was what? Inadmissible. Then what is 20? 22 MSME interest. Then 23 huh? Specified persons, genuine transactions. Then 24 क्या है? Okay, then 37 cost audit. 38 excise. 39 then what was 35? Quantitative details. Then what is 44? GST. 43 CBCR, country by country report. 42 any forms filed 61 वाला था शायद वो. हाँ 61 61A 61B. फिर अपना 41 any demand or refund order. 40 ratios. 40 is what? Ratios. Then what was 39? 72A audit. 39 was 72A audit. Yes. 72A audit. 38 excise. Then dividend received. 36 omitted. 36A was dividend. 36 omitted. 35 quantitative details. Then 34 TDS collected and paid, deducted. Next one 33 deductions. Then 32 में 3 parts. लास्ट में 3 parts. वो कंपनी का स्पेसिफाइड बिजनेस, स्पेकुलेटिव बिजनेस, स्पेसिफाइड लॉस, बिजनेस लॉसेस, स्पेकुलेटिव फॉर एनी अदर. देन 32B में मोर देन 50 एंड 32 में ही था ब्रॉड फॉरवर्ड लॉसेस. एंड देन ये स्नेक वाले सेक्शंस. राइट. ठीक है. अभी क्या करना है? ऑडिट ऑफ CFS करें जल्दी से 15 मिनट में. देखो अच्छा विच sheet you were saying you didn't get it in white background? Insurance sure not there in white background. Okay. Section 120. अभी अपन क्या करें? CFS कहाँ है? CFS हाँ ये रहा. चलो अच्छा जल्दी बताओ CFS का फुल फॉर्म. थैंक यू. फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट का सेक्शन नंबर 129. उसके अंदर 5 फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स आर देयर. बैलेंस शीट, P&L, कैश फ्लो स्टेटमेंट, नोट्स टू अकाउंट्स एंड स्टेटमेंट ऑफ चेंजेस इन इक्विटी. बट व्हेन वी कॉल इट एज अ CFS के आगे कंसोलिडेटेड लगाएंगे. रेस्ट एवरीथिंग विल रिमेन सेम. Now there are 2 types of consolidated financial statement formats, everyone. Division 1, Division 2. Division 1 is adopted by those entities which are still preparing their financial statements as per accounting standard. Division 2 by those entities which are preparing as per what? Ind AS. Now section 1 क्या बोलता है कि if you are a parent company, as a parent company you have the 2 obligations. देखो please tell me in the AGM what do we lay down? Quickly बताता हूँ. In the AGM what do we lay down? We laid down the financial statement. अब you are a parent company. Suppose Reliance की बात करते हैं, having 400 subsidiaries. So what the Reliance will do? Now earlier what the Reliance used to do was its own SFS and CFS only. But now it has been made obligatory that holding not only going to put its own SFS and CFS. Holding also has to lay down the SFS of all its what? Components. Matlab now holding has the three responsibilities. 2 SFS and 1 CFS. What is 2 SFS? Its own, its components and total what? Achha, what is the reason behind introduction of this amendment? The reason was very simple. How someone will be able to understand that ki out of total profit, how much is the profit contributed by the component? जैसे say for example, अपन ये सारी subsidiaries को add कर देते, तो there is a huge profit coming. This if I am telling to the investor, investor is saying, okay, group is profit making. But out of that, these two are loss making. But from the consolidated profit, they will never come to know that ki whether these two are profit making or loss making. So not only CFS, not only SFS of your own, SFS of your all component is also has been added as an responsibility for whom? For the parent company. Am I correct? Next section number 129 subsection 4 क्या बोलता है कि the same thing I told you. Now what are the three responsibilities they have? SFS of parent, CFS of the group, and SFS of all its what? Components. Now, exemption from consolidation, this you have to understand very carefully. There are two, see, let me ask you one thing. How many of you know that how many layers of consolidation is allowed? 2 layers. Generally, how many layers are allowed? 2 layers. तो मैं तुम्हें एक क्वेश्चन देता हूं. Say for example, A is the holding of B. B is the holding of C. Here are two parents. Who are those two parents? A and B. What is the responsibility of A? To put its own SFS, to put CFS of A plus B plus C, and to put the SFS of B as well as, that is whose responsibility? A. B की क्या responsibility in its AGM? B will put its own SFS, B will put the CFS of B plus C and the SFS of C. But now B is saying that ki, hey A, I want the exemption from consolidation. I don't want to do B plus C. Who is asking this? B. And then law has said that you are allowed. Law has said that what? Allowed. But allowed, before allowing you the exemption from consolidation from the B, you have to be intermediate wholly subsidiary. You should be which subsidiary? Intermediate. Intermediate means two parts. Wholly owned subsidiary, partly owned subsidiary. If the B is wholly owned subsidiary of A, if the B is what? Matlab, how much of the 100% is completely held by whom? A. Then in that case, there are two conditions to be satisfied. Condition number 1. The immediate parent company A should be located in India. What is the condition number 1? Immediate parent company A should be located in India. Then only this company will do the consolidation on my behalf. Second condition is I as a B should neither be listed in India or nor be listed outside India, not applied for any listing in India or outside India. तो imagine अपन ऐसा करके देखते हैं. ये है A, B and ये C. Am I correct? I am a wholly owned subsidiary of A. I am a what? Wholly owned. Do I have an obligation of consolidation between you and me? But I don't want to do this B and C. So under what circumstances I may get the exemption? My immediate parent must be located in India. Second, I am neither a listed in India or outside India or going to be a listed in India or outside India. This is for wholly owned subsidiary exemption. Now let's say for example A is holding 70% in me. Now am I wholly owned or partially owned? I want exemption again. Two conditions will remain same. My immediate parent must be located in. I should not be a listed. Third is I have to take NOC from minority interest holders. In my company, only 70% is held by whom? Parent company. The remaining 30% are my non-controlling interest. They may raise the objection or not. Ki B, why you didn't do the consolidation? So I need the NOC from them in writing. Ki they don't have any problem if I do not do the consolidation and my consolidation will done by my parent. This is called this topic. What is the name of the topic? Exemption. So you can see that on the left side and right side. What is on the left side? For the wholly owned, what is on the right side? Partially owned. So two conditions will remain same. This is the extra condition in case of partially owned. So it must have intimated its other members in writing and having proof of evidence of such intimation that they don't have any objection if the company does not present the consolidated financial statement. This part you can leave. It is just the definition difference between what is the definition of associate as per AS and Ind AS. Minor differences you will find. This definition is 100% same. The only difference is in the definition of control. You can see that. What is the definition of control under AS? Just read this definition. Either directly or indirectly over more than what? 50% of voting rights. वहां पे actually the purpose is same. Only the words have been changed just to make it differentiated from accounting standard. Read this point. When the investor has the rights over what? Investee and has ability to affect the returns policies through its power over the what? Investee. मतलब there also they are saying that investor has a control over what? Investee. Only difference is as per AS that point is more than what? 50%. Rest remaining everything is same. JC is same. And what do we call as per accounting standard? Those people who are not get holded minority. And as per India's NCI, non-controlling interest. Now, what is a parent's responsibility in case of CFS audit? देखो parent के 7 responsibilities है. Responsibility number 1, preparation and presentation. Whose responsibility? Parent. Read the responsibility number. Presentation and preparation of CFS is whose responsibility? Parent. Second responsibility is identify its components including their financial information in CFS. What to be added, what not to be added, that is also whose responsibility? Parent. Second, identify your which segments? Reportable segment. What makes it reportable to you? If you are contributing more than what? 10%. And third one, identify its which parties and related party transaction. ये चारों किसकी responsibility? Parent. Tell me the 4 responsibilities. Preparation and presentation. Second, identifying what to be included, what not to be included. Third, identifying your reportable segments, identifying your related party. Obtaining the accurate and complete information from its what? Component. That is also whose responsibility? Parents' responsibility. And consolidation adjustments, which are of 2 types. Permanent consolidation adjustment, temporary consolidation adjustment, which are required to be done every year. That is also whose responsibility? And in case there is a difference in gap by parent and components, the difference in accounting policies by parent and component, harmonization of these 2 things is also whose responsibility? तो इसका मतलब ऑडिटर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्या है? एग्जामिन. What is auditor's responsibility? They will give you the question by doing this ki this was not proper, this was not proper, this was not proper, but auditor will be held responsible for the same. What will be your answer? It is not at all a responsibility of whom? Auditor. These all are whose responsibility? So tell me, what are the 7 responsibilities of the parent? Preparation and presentation. What to be added, what not to be added. Reportable segments को identify करना. Related parties को identify करना. What is the next one? Consolidation, adjustments करना. And if there is a difference in the gaps and accounting policies, harmonize करना. That is 100% whose responsibility? Parents' responsibility. Now, what is auditor's responsibility? Our objective will remain same. Read my responsibility number 1. To check or to make. To check CFS is prepared accordingly as per AFRF or not. To ensure that, to express what? Opinion. And to ensure the matters under section 141 subsection 3 clause 1. Tell me A to G, A to E. Sorry, 6 matters. Sales, loans and advances granted shall be properly secured and terms and conditions should be regular. Personal expenditure shall not be वो 143 1 में हमने किया था. And 143 subsection 3 OLRR. What is OLRR? Other legal and regulatory requirement. How many clauses? A to J, if you remember. Anybody remembers A to J? Information explanation, books of accounts, branch audit reports, financial statement in agreement, as per AS, adverse remarks, directors are not disqualified under 164 subsection 2, adverse remarks on books of accounts, IFCS, and then J clause. J clause में sub 6 clauses. Pending litigations का impact, and then provision for derivative contract, delay in transferring the funds to IEPF. Then in the D point, we are taking a representation that you have not taken the loan from anybody, you are not given the loan to anybody other than those parties which are specified in notes to accounts. And if you got the WLR on board, you don't have any doubt on that. Then dividend declaration and payment as per section number 123. And from 1/4/2023 in your accounting software, there has to be a feature of what? Audit trial. This is all whose responsibility? Auditor. So did you understand mine and parents' responsibility ka difference? They have 7 responsibility, mine is 4. 143.1, 143.3, true and fair ka opinion express karna to check that it is prepared as per AFRF. Next point. What are the standards you need to understand which will be helpful in doing the CFS audit? Standard number 1, SA 300. जल्दी बताना क्या है SA 300? Planning and performing an audit. देखो, CFS audit is simply like a SFS audit. Here the planning and performing an audit will have the same approach what we do as per what? Normal SFS audit. To make sure that your standards will remain same. So what is the first standard you have to comply? 300. What is the next thing? Do we evaluate internal control system and accounting system in case of SFS audit or not? Same thing you have to do it in what? CFS audit. So tell me what are my 2 responsibilities so far? First one, SA 300 का compliance. Second one is what? Internal control system and accounting. मतलब TOC, TOD करना. What is the next one? PJ. What is PJ? Professional judgment. अच्छा, moment when we see the Roman in SFS, what do? We try to increase it or reduce it. Same 315 you have to follow here. The moment you will see the Roman in CFS, you have to try to reduce it to the which level? Lowest acceptable level. Tell me the 3 standards. 300, ICS and AS ka evaluation, and 315. What is the next one? You have to check the CFS is prepared as per what? AFRF. And who is preparing it? Parent of the management parent is preparing it with the AFRF. Next one, compliance of what? 600. अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ 600 every time will come or only sometimes? देखो, if parent is also the auditor of what? Components, then तो 600 का no case. But if the parent is different and component auditor is what? Different, then definitely parent would like to use the work of what? Component. There comes the compliance of SA 600. Tell me the 4 standards so far. 300, 315, ICS ASK evaluation and 600. Now this is what I was telling you. Okay? If they are same parent, then you will use. If you are not the same parent, then you may not. You will use. And if you are a parent and subsidiary are same, then there is no requirement of 600. What is 580? अब मेरे को बताओ आप 3 ऐसी क्या सर्टिफिकेशन लोगे? What are the 3 certifications you would like to take it on WRL? मैंने तुम्हें 580 में पढ़ाया था कि मेक श्योर दैट सबसे पहले जाओ पेरेंट के पास एंड टेल देम दैट कि प्रिपरेशन एंड प्रेजेंटेशन हु हैज डन? यू हैव डन. उन्होंने बोला यस आई हैव डन. नो, डोंट गिव मी इन ओरल, गिव मी इन वर्ड, राइटिंग. दैट इज अ डिक्लेरेशन नंबर 1 कि CFS are prepared as per what? AFRF. Second declaration, they approve that CFS they approve the CFS and take the responsibility of its what? Preparation. And next one, they considered all the matters which are crucial for the preparation of what? CFS. Who is taking this WRL from whom? Auditor. Parent auditor, CFS auditor is taking from the management of the parent. Tell me the 6 standards. 580, 300, 600, 315 and internal control system and accounting system ka valuation. What is the next one? 320. This is what the morning we were talking about when we're doing the 600 topic as well. अब सुनना ध्यान से. Materiality means what? What do you mean by evaluation of materiality? चलो ये छोड़ो, benchmarking बता दो क्या होता है? What do you mean by benchmarking? चलो मैं तुमसे एक क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ so that you can have a clarity on that. Let's say for example you found that IR into CR. What is IR into CR? Inherent risk into control risk का another name क्या होता है? ROMUM. ROMUM is high in the entity. What will you do to your materiality level? You will decrease your materiality. There's an inverse relationship between the risk and what? Materiality. Prove करके बताओ ना कैसे negative कैसे inverse होता है. Like I told you yesterday, tolerable error and sample size का relationship. So try to tell me, convince me कि how materiality you will reduce when your ROMUM is high. देखो बहुत simple सी बात है. IR into CR is what? High. When the IR into CR is high, what you would like to have your coverage? More. More coverage means more sample size. When the more sample size you will do, what will happen? You would like to cover more items, na? So more items में you would like to put your benchmarking on the lower side or benchmarking on the higher side? Lower side, so that more transaction you can cover. That is where your audit materiality goes lower. And tell me, what if the IR into CR is lower in the company? It means their internal control system is effective or ineffective. You would like to reduce your what? Sample size. Sample size reduction means what? More coverage or lower coverage? What you will do to cover the less transactions? You will increase your what? Benchmarking. It means materiality is high. समझ रहे हो? So always remember, when the relationship is given, try to understand the fact behind the relationship. Same thing you have to apply while doing the CFS audit also. Are you getting now? So there's no difference of materiality while doing the SFS audit and while doing the CFS. But the major point is, what if the component auditors have given modified report on their SFS? What the CFS auditor will do to that? You all are component auditors. I am a CFS auditor. Do I have to check your consolidation or not? When I checked it, these 4 component auditors has given a modified report. But unfortunately, their firm, the company on which they have given the modified report is the least contributor in the total CFS. Should I ignore or should I take it as it is? I have to take it as it is. That we have learned in 600. You can't ignore the modifications given by the which auditors? Component auditor. Irrespective of the fact how big their entity is contributing or how poor they are contributing. Am I correct or not? This is what covers under what? 320. तो अभी बताना क्या क्या स्टैंडर्ड कवर हो गए अपने? 300, 320, 315. पूरी 300 सीरीज तो कवर हो गई. ठीक ना? 580 कवर हो गया, 600 कवर हो गया. अच्छा ये बताओ, will there be any 706 and 705? We'll cover 706 as well as what? 705 also. What is 705? Modifications. If we are giving 706, if you remember Reliance ka audit report I shown you, they were not interested in telling that ki out of our total assets 4,18,800 and so I would like to bring it to the notice of whom? Users. So you can make a use of 706 also and 705 also. So if they will ask you, what is the responsibility of the auditor or what is the objective of the auditor while doing the CFS audit? ये सारे points बिंदास 2 points 2 lines में लिख के आ जाना. पहले तो मेरे को 4 बताओ. 143.1, 143.3, true and fair and prepared as per AFR. Then you did the compliance of 6 to 7 standards. What are the standard? 300 series full, 300, 320, 315, 330. Next one. 580, 600, 705, 706. Evaluation of ICS and PJ, professional judgment. Right? Now, other information. Now, let me ask you one thing. You have to be majorly focusing upon 4 areas when you are a CFS auditor. Majorly 4 areas. First one is harmonization of accounting policies, conversions of what? Gap, consolidation, adjustment, and how did they deal with what? Subsequent. ये बताओ ना when this will happen? Suppose as a parent auditor, I am using SLM method and my component is using what? WDV. It will be difficult to match the financial statements. Why? Because my accounting policy and their accounting policies are different. So parent ka responsibility is to do what? Harmony. You have to check that. Don't do that. You have to check that. कि are they doing properly or not? What is this thing? मान लो मेरी component US की है, तो they are following US gaps. I am following what? India gaps. तो merge करने के लिए what has to convert according to what? Component will convert according to holding parent. So you have to check the conversion of what? Gaps. And then there are 2 types of consolidation adjustment, permanent and what? Current. मेरे को ये बताओ, goodwill and capital reserve is a permanent or current? Every year you check it or only in the first time consolidation? First time consolidation. Am I correct? And contribution to the minority shareholders, that is also about permanent, but keeps on changing on every year, little bit of movement. These both are what? Permanent only. Next one. What do you mean by subsequent events? 560. Achha, is there a possibility that components financial year and parents financial year is different? Yes or no? So will there be subsequent events which might be beyond parent but within whom? Suppose मेरा फाइनेंशियल ईयर हो रहा है 31st मार्च को, आई एम ए पेरेंट, ये मेरा कंपोनेंट है, इट्स फाइनेंशियल ईयर इज गेटिंग ओवर ऑन 30th जून, बट इवेंट हैपेंड इन मे. फॉर मी इट इज अबाउट subsequent, but for it within a year. So how the company has dealt with that you have to check. Did you get the point or not? So what are the 4 things auditor has to check? harmonization, conversion, adjustments, and how they dealt with what? Subsequent events. Next one, audit of consolidation. Whenever you are doing the audit of consolidation, always remember, तुम्हें कुछ नहीं करना है. Whatever the SFS audit is there, उसके आगे CFS लगाना है बस. Word group you have to add. What is the word you have to add? Group. देखो, you have to first do the AQCB of your client now. Now you have to do the AQCB of your group. Second thing, you have to check the controls of your client, but now you have to check what? Group controls. Am I correct or not? Everything will be what? Bigger or smaller now? Bigger. What is a suitable word you have to add? So, see, understand the group structure, understand the group controls, understand the accounting policies of parents as well as what? Common. इसको भी आप group accounting policies बोल सकते हो. And understand the what? Translation of foreign components, if any. What do you mean by translation of foreign components, if any? A foreign component की financial statement is in Indian rupees or dollars? तो parent की कहाँ है? Indian. So how it is translated to which currency? Indian currency. That you have to check. Tell me the 4 things you have to check. Group structure, group controls, and accounting policies of both parent and how did they translate the foreign subsidiary to merge with what? Indian one. 4 हो गए. Now what is the 5th one? NTE of your AP. What is NTE? Nature, timing and extent of your audit procedures. And what is the 6th one? Determine the extent of use of which auditor? Or did you do the proper coordination or not? It means indirectly they're talking about what? 600. Tell me the 6 things you will do under the audit of consolidation. Check, gain an understanding on group structure, gain an understanding on group control, accounting policies of parents and components. 4th one, translation. How do they translate the foreign subsidiary to be merged with what? Parent. Then determine your NTE of audit procedure, that is RAPs and FABs. And last one is what? Right? Whether you are using the work of another auditor or not. If yes, how much you have coordinated. Next one. This is called completeness of component. Now, let's say for example, you went to your client and you told to your client that, sir, give me the list of all your components. That while teaching you 550 also, I told you this. So you went to the client and you told that, give me the list of your what? Components which you have added in the CFS preparation. He gave the list of 450 components including JVs, subsidiaries and associates. सबका list उसने दे दिया. But you are getting an intuition कि this list is incomplete. How you would complete the incomplete list? अब आप क्या करोगे? That is what this topic name. What is the topic name? Completeness of what? Component. देखो क्या रहता है? Auditor shall obtain the list of all the components from parent. Shall see while doing and preparing CFS whether such components were properly included or not. अब मैं तुमने एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता हूँ. जैसे say for example है Reliance, while making the CFS, I went to the Reliance management, I took the list. Just an imagine. तो 410 list उन्होंने मेरे को दिया. I know that there is one subsidiary called EB Sports Private Limited, which is made by the Reliance to conquer the Mumbai Indians. ध्यान से सुनना मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ. Reliance ने एक कंपनी बनाई, EB Sports Private Limited. EB Sports Private Limited conquers 100% in Mumbai Indians. And in the EBs, Reliance has 70%. What is EBs? Subsidiary of what? Reliance. But Reliance, when gave me the list, it did not include it. Comment as an auditor. This question समझ में आया? Reliance has given me the list, but in the list, what name is missing? EBs. And I know that in the EBs, Reliance has how much percentage? 70. And what makes you subsidiary more than what? 50. So being a subsidiary, why Reliance has not given? As per Ind AS, as per what? Ind AS, if you have created a subsidiary for the investment purpose, for the which purpose? Solely for the which purpose? Investment. अच्छा ये बताओ, why Reliance created it? To buy Mumbai Indians. So what was the major purpose? Investment in what? Mumbai Indians. That was the only sole purpose because Reliance did not want the direct contact with what? Mumbai Indians. So what was the purpose of creating that subsidiary? Was completely investment purpose, not required to be included. Such kind of subsidiaries are what? Exempt. But you picked up your face and went to the management. I'll give you modified report. You have not added EBs. उन्होंने क्या बोलेगा? Better get your knowledge gathered, buddy. As per Ind AS, we need to add or we need not add. Don't unnecessarily raise the finger on whom? Management. That is what the point, or this is the kind of question they may ask you. Second question, that's what I already asked you. Say for example, I and you, I am a holding and you are a subsidiary, but we had a temporary relationship. Which relationship? What do you mean by temporary holding and subsidiary? Sometimes becoming more than 60%, sometimes 30%, again becoming more than 60%. So is this a purpose of creating it as my subsidiary, or it is just again for earning the profits? When the share price of this subsidiary are going down, I am selling. Are you getting the point? But when the share price are having a news, it will go up. I am again what? Buying. So is it a holding subsidiary relationship I have intentionally created, or it's a temporary? This is also not required to be added. But this is as per AS. This is as per what? AS. So India's which exemptions allow? Investment. AS which exemption allow? Where you have a which relationships? Temporary relationships between the holding and subsidiary. So you should not simply go to your client and say that you have given me the incomplete list. Wait for the moment. It means there are 6 audit procedures you have to apply first. Read the audit procedure number 1. Point number 1 padho. Review his audit working papers of which years? Previous year. अपने office में जाओ, check out your old audit working papers and review. Compare the current year list with the previous year list. If you find a significant difference, then you have a right to go and question whom? Management. Right? What is the second procedure? Make the management. मैंने तुम्हें कल भी बताया था कि whenever we ask something to the management, first ask to the management, do you have any identification process or not? Which process? Identification. Then what is the third thing you will do? Identify the management's method of identification of what? Components. And what you are doing in the second point what? Make management inquire how many are included and how many are excluded. And if they are saying someone have been what? Excluded. What is the bracket में written? Why? Ask them. And this is the reason if they are giving, you are satisfied. If they are unable to give this reason, it is investment or temporary, then in that case you have every right to question them. Read the fourth point, what you will do? Review their which pattern? Investment pattern. Then what is the next one? Review their which venture agreements? Joint ventures, joint arrangements entered and other arrangements not included. And review their 2 registers. What are the 2 registers? 186 and 189. 189 तो चलो अपना related party transaction register. What is 186? Intercorporate loans. And what is the next one? Identify the changes in what? अच्छा, they might, ऐसा हो सकता है कि last year you had 35% in her. What is she to me? Associate. This year I sold 25 out of it. How much I am holding now? So last year she was an associate. This year she is neither a subsidiary nor an associate. That's why she was removed from the list. So unless you don't do these procedures, this is called your NTE of audit procedures. After that only you have every right to raise the finger on your client. Why you are not adding it. Is it clear? So please tell me, what are the 6-7 procedures you have to follow? Review your past audit working papers. Ask the management which are included, which are not included. If not included, ask the reason why. Check the management's identification process. Fourth में, check their joint venture and other arrangements or other commitment papers. Then take the 2 registers, 186 and 189. And last but not the least, identify the changes in which pattern? Shareholding, going up or down. Now, exclusions from the allowed for the consolidation. This is what I was telling you. Those subsidiaries which you have created only for which purpose? As per Ind AS. And those where you have a which relationship? Temporary relationship. As per what? AS. Now, next one, consolidations to be done on line-to-line basis. What do you mean by line-to-line consolidation? Asset to asset, liability to liability, everything has to be added. What are the 2 types of consolidations you have? One is known as permanent and one is known as temporary. What do you mean by permanent? Which are only 2 in number. Which you do it on every year or only on first occasion? How many are permanent? 2. What are the 2? Goodwill or CA को determine करना and the equity attributable to the which interest? Minority interest. So this who will do? Management. What you will do? APs to check it. What is APs? Audit pro. आप क्या चेक करोगे? आप right side पे जो लिखा है वो चेक करोगे. Read the point number 1. Shall check that such 2 calculations are made what? Appropriately. What is the second thing you will check? Main focus on pre-acquisition reserves of what? क्योंकि आफ्टर एक्विजिशन द रिजर्व्स विल बी डिवाइडेड बिटवीन द होल्डिंग एंड माइनॉरिटी. तो मेजर प्रॉब्लम कम्स व्हेन यू डिवाइड द रिजर्व्स. अच्छा ये बताओ, she is not having even a 1% my contribution. Am I correct? 100% reserves belongs to her shareholders. Now I bought 70% in her. Her 70% reserves are mine. Problem will come when those 30% will raise the voice. So you have to have a complete focus on the which reserves. Pre-acquisition reserves of the which one? Component. Because now those 30% will raise the voice. Array, this much is our, that much is yours, this and that. So what are the two focusing points you have as an auditor in permanent consolidation adjustment? Make sure that two adjustments are made appropriately. Second thing, major focus on which were reserves, pre-acquisition. Third one, date of investments in what? Components. And next one, pre-acquisition reserve should be properly divided. That's what I was telling you. Between whom and whom? Holding and minority. Monitor the changes due to subsequent acquisitions and disposal. This is what I was telling you. Up to 6 months, I was having 35% in her. Then in the next 6 months, I sold 20% in her. So for the 6 months, you were my associate. For the remaining 6 months, you are no longer my associate. So that is called subsequent acquisitions and what? Disposals. And next one, parent may choose to show one single figure in CFS instead of goodwill from one group and CG from one. What does that mean? When I bought her, I paid goodwill. But when I bought the share in her, I got capital reserve. Did you understand the point? Tell me the meaning of that. I paid extra or less? Extra. That's why I got what? Goodwill. I paid less. I got what? Reserve. But when these two will merge with me, what will happen? From here, goodwill is coming. From here, capital. Instead of showing two separate things, iska net off kar do. 150 crores, 120 crores were capital reserve. What is a goodwill net? 30. Simple. Either, matlab, that is the option on the parent. They want, they can show separately. But mostly they should show what? Net off figure. This is what do you mean by audit of permanent consolidation adjustments. Tell me the 6 things you did. What are the 6 things you did? What is the first audit you did? 2 calculations are done appropriately. Special focus on pre-acquisition. Make sure it is properly divided between holding and minority. Always remember the date of what? Acquisition. Check the subsequent acquisitions and subsequent disposal. And in case there are somewhere it is goodwill or somewhere it is capital reserve, always try to show the which figure? Net of figure. This is called audit of what? Permanent consolidation adjustments. Now let's move to the audit of what? Current consolidation adjustment. First of all, though, you should know the list of current consolidation adjustment. These are the list of current consolidation adjustment. Read the adjustment number 1. Intra-group interest paid, received, management fees paid and received, indebtedness done or not. Intra-group profits on the asset transferred to the components and from the components. What do you mean by that? I have paid an interest to you because I took a loan from you. I have given a loan to you, you are paying interest to me. But at the end, when will get merged, will it be an intra or not? And is it one time or every year? So that is what the first one. What is the first one? Intra-group interest paid, received, management fees paid and received. Second one is what? Intra-group profits in the asset transferred to the components or from the component. Harmonization of what? Accounting policies. Next one, conversions of what? Gaps. If the gaps are different. And subsequent events, 2 types of consolidations. If the holding and subsidiary have the same financial year, if the holding and subsidiary have a different financial. And ये तो आपको पता ही होगा. The second last one. ये तो taxation का बहुत important topic है. Deferred tax payments arising on what? Temporary differences and movement in equity attributable to minority interest and NCA. Tell me the 6 current consolidation adjustments which you will do every year. Intra profits and losses, then intra indebtedness, then intra asset transfer to the components and from, harmonization of accounting policies, conversions of gaps, subsequent events, deferred tax payment ka differences due to what? क्या बोलते temporary differences, and last one is what? Movement in the equity attributable towards MIs and NCS. अब ये तो अपने को पता चल गया. इसमें ऑडिट क्या करोगे मैं तुम्हें बताऊं. जितने भी वर्ड्स हमने याद करे हैं आगे लगा दो वेरीफाई दैट. हाउ टू डू द ऑडिट ऑफ करंट पीरियड कंसोलिडेशन. verify that intra indebtedness has been properly eliminated, verify that intra interest paid and received have been properly accounted, verify that equity attributable to the minority interest and non-controlling interest has been properly and appropriately conducted, verify that deferred tax payment due to the temporary differences has been properly analyzed and accounting. आगे क्या लगाना है? Verify that. That is your audit of what? Current. Verify that harmonization is properly done. Verify that conversions of gaps have been properly done. देख लो. If you do not, I think you don't have trust on me. नहीं देख लो. आगे सब जगह क्या लगा हुआ है? Verify intra-group uniformity, harmonization, accounting policies, calculation, checking the deferred tax payment, ensure that subsidiaries P&Ls are included in CFS from the date it becomes ceases to become. खत्म. Same points है. अब बताओ. How to do the audit of consolidation? Two types of consolidation, permanent, consolidation. First tell me two permanent, that is the core actually. Two permanents, minority interest, goodwill or reserve. And 8 temporary, intra interest, received paid, intra indebtedness, harmonization, conversion, subsequent, asset transfer and deferred tax payment and equity attributable to them. In these current में when you are doing the audit, just prefix the word called what? Verify that. In the above, permanent में 6 points. What are the 6 points? Check that 2 calculations are done appropriately. Major focus on pre-acquisition. Properly divided between. Always mention the date of what? Acquisitions. Check the subsequent disposals and acquisition. And in case there is a capital reserve or goodwill, try to show it what? Net off. Okay, Khatam. Now, the last topic which they may ask you is reporting on SFS mein. Just now I told you 700, 705, 706 and 600. What is 700? Reporting. What is 705? Modification. 706? EMP, OMP. 600? अब इसमें 5 cases हो सकते हैं. Read the 5 cases. First one. Parent auditor is also a what? You don't have to do anything. Express the opinion on CFS. You can see that below. Only one sentence is written. Read this point. When the parent and component auditor are same, CFS auditor shall express the opinion on truthness and fairness of all the 5 words. But what is the prefix they did? C. Consolidated balance sheet, consolidated P&L, consolidated notes to accounts, consolidated CFS and consolidated statement of changes in equity. Simple. But the problem comes when when the parent auditor is different from what? Component. So are you same or different? So what is the problem? Then 706, 705 and 600 may come. 600 to definitely will come. Why? Because now you are same or different. So who is using whose work? Parent is using what? Component. Now read this point. In case the parent uses the work of what? Component auditor, then the parent shall disclose what? The magnitude of the financial statement audited by the what? Because I don't want his responsibility to come on my shoulder. To keep the proper documentation, कि out of these 400 components, only 250 are done by me and parent is done by me. These 200 are done by whom? Component auditor. And this is a magnitude of work I used from them. Make a proper documentation of the same. And make sure that second is very important thing, which is the requirement of 600C. Disclose the contributions of what? Component. 4 contributions you have to write in your report. Their revenue contribution to the total revenue, their P&L contribution to the total. Matlab their revenue divided by total revenue into 100 percentage. Their profit divided by total profit into 100. Their asset divided by total asset into 100 and their cash flow divided by total cash flow into 100. These are the 2 requirements under what? SA 600. So tell me under the SA 600, what are your 2 requirements if the parent and component are not same? Document what is the magnitude of the work you have used for the which auditors? Component auditors. And second, mention their contribution in 4 ways. Contribution of theirs in revenue, assets, P&L and cash flow. Percentage wise and amount wise both. This is what brings an end to your responsibility as per what? 600. Now, this is what I already told you about the 700 and 706. Please tell me one thing. Again asking you, what if the component auditors have given modified report and they are irrelevant from the group size point of view? Should I ignore them or consider them? That is what is written in 705 and 706. While drafting the consolidated auditor's report, parent auditor shall ensure to include the components. Ye wala point. Read, hold the point. Parent auditor shall ensure to include components modified or reservations with respect to components as it is his report, as he can't ignore it and cannot challenge the consideration of materiality by the which auditor? You cannot just degrade someone by saying that ki, okay boss, your component is not that much worthy, therefore I don't think so that I will include your what report, whether they're worthy or not worthy. You are a parent auditor, your responsibility is to do what? Consolidation. Do the needful. Don't challenge someone's 320 just because you are a parent auditor and your 320 is different. Every auditor has a different professional judgment, right? So this is what brings an end to your case number 2. So what are the two cases we have done? Both are same, both are different. Up case number 3, may you yourself will give me the answer. Read this point. When the component auditors report under different accounting framework as compared to what? मतलब पेरेंट का अकाउंटिंग फ्रेमवर्क इज डिफरेंट फ्रॉम वेयर? कंपोनेंट का अकाउंटिंग फ्रेमवर्क. तो हु विल चेंज अकॉर्डिंग टू whom? Component will change according to the parent. But here also two possibilities. Read this point. Point number 1 padna. If the components management auditor are unfamiliar with the accounting framework of what? Parent, then it is whose responsibility? Parent's responsibility to convert the financial statement of component as per what? Parent's accounting framework. Later on, they shall do the consolidation adjustment. Dekho sir, my okay, Indian GAAP is the parent and US GAAP is the subsidiary. Now, I know US GAAPs. I know as a parent what is there in the US GAAPs. But unfortunately, component is unfamiliar with the word parents GAAPs. Am I correct or not? So what the parent will do? Parent will help the component to convert their financial statements as per which GAAP? Indian GAAP. After that, now you will do the consolidation adjustment. Obviously, the currency has to be what? Same. Am I correct or not? So for now here, who is helping? Parent is helping whom? Component to convert the US GAAP into what? Indian GAAP. And then you will do what? Consolidation adjustment. Parent auditor shall apply his audit procedures to check the consolidation adjustment. That is very simple. Kyunki who was unfamiliar? Component was unfamiliar with the parent's accounting framework. But this is on the second side. Read the second side. When the components management auditor is what? Familiar with the parent's accounting framework and group accounting manual, then component shall prepare its financial statement in accordance with what? Parent's accounting framework from the word beginning. See sir, when you are unfamiliar, I helped you. But now you are what? Familiar. Then do it on your own and do it right from the day one. It means you have to prepare two set of FS. One as per your currency, US GAAPs, and one as per what? As they might have the knowledge of it and group accounting manual, it will prevent any consolidation adjustment. Why it will prevent any consolidation adjustment? Because they are already preparing the Indian GAAP financial statement right from the beginning. So that many adjustments later on will not be required and adjustments will be eliminated. CFS auditor shall be able to check that financial statements of the group manual. Parent auditor shall decide whether or not to believe the component auditor's report work or not. So tell me the two situations which will arise if the parents accounting framework is different from, याद रखना ये accounting framework की बात हो रही है. Which framework? Auditing framework is our case number 4. When the parents auditing framework is different from components. Tell me now, what if the accounting framework is different? Familiar? Non-familiar? Unfamiliar? Who will help? Parent. Familiar? Component itself will do right from the beginning. Where there will be more consolidation adjustment. Unfamiliar के case में. Because they are unfamiliar. And adjustment has to be done now. But where they are already what? Familiar. They already have done the adjustment, harmonizations, everything. And the number of consolidation adjustments will be less in that case. Did you understand the point? Now, case number 4. What is the case number 4? When the component auditors reports under the different auditing framework as compared to what? इसका एक ही solution. What is the solution? In this case, in order to maintain the consistency of auditing framework and to enable the parent auditor rely upon the component auditors framework, component's financial statement first shall be audited under what? Indian GAS. What is Indian GAS? Generally accepted auditing standards. Right or not? Simple. Again, who has to convert according to whom? Component has to convert according to the parent. देखो सर, every time component only has to convert. थर्ड में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम था. क्या प्रॉब्लम था? कि the problem was familiarity and non-familiarity. Non-familiarity, a parent held, consolidation is more. Familiarity में they already did it from the beginning. That's why consolidation adjustments were less. What is the fourth question? Main problem. Component is audited or not audited? Auditor should consider the unaudited components also in evaluating the possible effects of what? Modifications. क्योंकि if it is ये same वही concept है 710 में हमने किया ना. If the last year the component, if the last year company was not audited, what you did in that case? At least you observed and you obtained the SAAE on which balances? Opening balances. That at least they are free from what? Material. यहाँ पे भी it is not audited, so you can't say that there is MM. You will say that there is a possible MM in the examination, right? Because he was unable to obtain SAAE on it and components are what? Only ये main line आपको लिख के आनी है. What is the main line? He must consider the possibility of effects of modifications. Simple. That is called audit of CFS. कुछ है तो बोलो. एक एक वर्ड है. अरे तू तो आया भी शाम में है, तेरे को ब्रेक चाहिए. यहाँ पे 9 घंटे से बैठे हुए हैं हम सिंस मॉर्निंग. ब्रेक चाहिए, टी ब्रेक. इसके बाद करना क्या पहले बता दो. फोरेंसिक या 300 400 300 forensic 200 IAMA audit of PSU automated anything intermediate का भी पोर्शन कर लेते हैं. What if they may ask you? चलो go, we'll decide. Have a break. 15 minutes का break ले लो, come back. Half an hour का चाहिए. नहीं sir, we are extending up to 9. I know that you will need a break at the later stage also. Take 15 minutes now and 15 minutes later on. Okay, come back. जल्दी आ जाओ. 5:45 तक आ जाओ जल्दी. Let them come if they want to. ठीक है, चलो. तो रिस्क असेसमेंट एंड इंटरनल कंट्रोल एवरीवन. ठीक है, 315. उसके बाद आई विल टेल यू फोरेंसिक ऑडिट, देन आई विल टेल यू लिटिल बिट अबाउट ऑटोमेटेड ऑडिट एंड विल डू द इन द लास्ट पैच वर्क्स रिलेटिंग टू द रिमेनिंग चैप्टर्स. ठीक है. नाउ रिस्क असेसमेंट एंड इंटरनल कंट्रोल essay 315. Are you getting the point? That is the major composition of this chapter along with essay 330. Please tell me, what do you mean by audit risk, everyone? And what is not audit risk? Because the definition talks about two things. What is audit risk and what is not audit risk? See, it's a very simple thing. Sometimes the auditors may end up giving the wrong opinion on the financial statements. Are you getting the point? Try to understand. Auditor may end up giving the inappropriate opinion on the financial statement. Say for example, I gave the opinion as unmodified. What is the opinion I gave? Unmodified. Whereas in reality, such financial statements were materially misstated. Now the question arises ki why this has happened. The reason behind this is IR into CR into what? DR. The reason behind giving the wrong impression of the expression of the opinion is what? IR into CR into DR. What is IR? Inherent risk. What is CR? And what is DR? Okay, define this. What do you mean by IR into CR? ROMUM. What do you mean by ROMUM? First of all, misstatement which happened due to the failures of whom? Management. That is called what? ROMUM. It's a very simple, one simple classic examination example I'll tell you, and you will understand the meaning of IR and what? CR. Try to understand. We went to the ICICI Bank's audit. Am I correct? Let's say, for example, in the ICICI bank, it's a huge bank. Imagine it's a huge bank, but there are no cameras installed. It is a clear-cut case of CR or IR. IR. It's a clear-cut case of what? IR. Non-existence of ICS. What is IR takes place due to what? जब तुम्हारा इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम होना चाहिए था, there has to be ICS, but there is no ICS. In such cases, what comes? IR, internal control. Now, please tell me, what are the chances of frauds and errors in that case? Higher or lower? Higher. So IR is there. But let's understand the second situation. There are cameras, but the cameras are not working. अब बताओ. That is inherent risk or control risk. It means that is a case of no ICS or that is a case of poor ICS. Both are whose responsibility? Management. Therefore, IR into CR put together always should be there the combined assessment of the both. Always remember, you will never analyze IR separately. You will never analyze CR separately. You should always do the combined assessment of what? IR and CR. इसलिए उसे रोमम बोलते हैं. What do we call it as what? Roma. अब now question is, sir, IR we understood and CR we understood. But what is a DR? देखो, when I was reading this concept for the first time during my time, at that point of time, I was also confused. Yeah, the name itself is saying that it is audit risk. What is the name? So audit risk means auditor's risk. No. Audit risk is never the auditor's risk. Audit risk has happened due to the problems in two people, management and auditor, not only with whom? Auditor. Problem number one, management did not put the ICS or management put the ICS but they were the poor one. Problem number two, auditor did not detect those possibilities of frauds and error. उसे बोलते हैं DR. What is DR? Detection risk. So what is the total formula of AR? AR is equal to Romum into DR. AR is equal to actually Romum into DR. Romum is the result of IR into CR. Therefore, combined bracket of IR into CR into DR is equal to audit risk. So always remember, audit risk is never always the auditor's risk. It is the risk which is associated due to the misjudgments made by two parties. What are the two parties? Management and auditor. Now please tell me, I gave a modified opinion whereas the financial statements were unmodified in nature. Again repeating, I'm going vice versa now. I gave a which opinion? Whereas the financial statements were what in nature? Unmodified. Matlab there were no Romum, but I still gave what? Modified opinion. Is it AR? No. AR only takes place in one situation. Repeat the situation. Auditor giving inappropriate opinion when the financial statements were what? Materially misstated. Iska vice versa karna. Auditor gave a modified opinion when the financial statements were not materially misstated. That is not AR. Are you getting the point? Second thing, audit risk never includes the business risk. Audit risk never includes what? Business. Actually, let me ask you a very simple question. Why there will be a lack of client and why there will be a lack of goodwill? Is it because of audit risk or it's a business risk? You are not updating your technology, you are losing the customers. It is your audit risk or it is your business risk. So what are the two things audit risk does not include? Business risk and those situations where the auditor gave a modified opinion when the financial statements were what? Unmodified. Vice versa of that is called the audit risk. Auditor gave a unmodified opinion whereas in financial statements were materially misstated. Now question is, what is the relationship between IR into CR with DR? You should always do individual assessment of IR into CR or you should do the combined assessment. Because put together the combined they are known as what? Romum. My question is, what is the relationship between Romum and DR? Inverse relationship. There is a which relationship? Inverse. Like just now I told you, if you remember, half an hour back, did I tell you what is the relationship between materiality and risk? What did I tell you over there? Actually, the answer is already there. Both dhyan se sunna. Again, same example I will tell you so that you will be on the same wavelength. IR into CR is higher in the organization FS statement as a whole. Please tell me, what does that indicate? Romum is higher, right? Romum is higher, what you would like to do as an auditor? If the Romum is higher, what you would like to do? You will increase your which size? Sample size. You will increase your what? coverage. You will put the lower benchmarking or higher benchmarking. That is what we have done up to that point. What do you mean by lower benchmarking? Lower benchmarking means out of 100, you almost verified 90% of the invoices. Am I correct? That is called lower benchmarking. You kept the base amount to be lower. Everything above that benchmarking, you verified it. My question is, was there DR less or was there DR more? DR was less. Non-detection of frauds and errors risk was higher or lower? Lower, because ROMAM was higher. Did you get the point? So when the IR and CR was higher, again repeating, when the IR and CR was higher, you increase your what? Sample size. You increase your what? Coverage. Due to increase of your coverage, you reduced your what? Benchmarking. You covered more items or less items? It means how many items are undetected? More or less? Less. It means your DR is what? Less. Did you get the point? Acha, vice versa batao abhi. ROMAM is less. What do you mean by ROMAM is less? IR into CR is less, due to which you decrease your what? Sample size. Due to which you decrease your what? Coverage. Due to which you increased your what? Benchmarking. It means you not detected so many transactions. It means DR is higher. So when the IR and CR goes lower, DRs go higher. So there is an inverse relationship between what and what? IR into CR with DR. Is it clear now? This is called the first part of your chapter called everything talking about the which risk? Audit risk. Here a pura explanation just now I told you. Inherent risk, control risk, and there is a combined assessment of inherent risk into control risk. There is an inverse relationship between inherent risk and to control risk with what? Detection risk. So always remember, this is a bad impression if you are understanding that audit risk is auditor's risk. No, audit risk is a mix of two people's wrong misinterpretations, management as well as auditors, right? Now, what is the meaning of RAP, everyone? Risk assessment procedure. अच्छा, रिस्क असेसमेंट प्रोसीजर अपने को ये तो पता है कि रैप स्टैंड्स फॉर रिस्क असेसमेंट प्रोसीजर, बट रैप करते कैसे हैं? हाउ डू वी डू द रैप? वी डू द रैप बाय द फोर थिंग्स. व्हाट आर द फोर थिंग्स? As and when you identify the ROMAM at two levels. What are the ROMAM at two levels, everyone? FS level and assertion. Give me the meaning. What do you mean by FS level ROMAM? What do you mean by assertion level ROMAM? Which is affecting your financial statement as a whole. That is called FS level. And this is for, इसे हम लोग बोलते हैं overall materiality. What do we call it as? And which is affecting a particular ABCD. What is it? Account, balance, classification or disclosure. That is called assertion level ROMAM. Which one is Pedda one? And which one? But both are what? ROMAM. As and when you identify the ROMAM, read the step number 2. What you do? Assess its what? Significance. उसको analyze करो, उसका magnitude कितना? How heavy that ROMAM is. Is its impact higher or lower? That is called assessing its what? Significance. The moment I assess the significance, what is the third thing I will do? Try to reduce it to which level? Lowest level. But इसको lowest कैसे लेके आएंगे? By doing the adequate planning and by deciding your FAPs. What is FAPs? Further audit. RAPs never helps you in bringing your ROMAM down. RAP only helps you in identifying the ROMAM. इसीलिए 315 का स्टैंडर्ड का नाम क्या है? मैंने पहले भी बताया था, 50% you read the name, understand, your topic will be over. Tell me the connection between 315 and 330. देखो, ऑडिटर क्या करता है? पहले रोमम आइडेंटिफाई करता है, फिर उसे असेस करता है, फिर उसे रेस्पॉन्ड देता है. Responsiveness is given in what? 330. Identification and assessment is given in 315. This is how this big standard was later on classified into two. Actually, there was one standard only. 330 बाद में आया. So response वाला part was cut down from the 315 and made it as a new standard in the form of what? 330. अब बताओ, what is the full name of 315? Identifying and assessment of what? ROMAM in the financial statements. Through how do we come to know about the ROMAM? Through understanding the entity, means internally. Through understanding the entity externally, that is called environment. And by understanding of its ICS, internal control. इसीलिए चैप्टर का नाम भी क्या है? What is the name of this chapter? ये तो हो गया name of standard. Risk assessment without assessing the entity, without assessing its environment, and without assessing its what? internal control system. So it's like this. Try to understand this. It's like this. ये है entity. What is the center level? Entity. Entity के अंदर क्या होता है? ICS. What is ICS? और entity को govern क्या करता है? Environment. Always understand. You don't only have to acquire the knowledge of which business? Client's business. You also have to acquire the knowledge of the client's what? Internal control system and client's what? Environment. Both external as well as internal. Then only you can identify the ROMOM. And ROMOMs are of two types. One is at assertion level and one is at FS. अच्छा अब बताओ मेरे को, what are the 4 steps of RAPs? What do you do? As and when you identify a ROMOM, what do you do? Assess its what? Significance. Third, what do you do? Try to reduce it to the which level? Lowest acceptable level. By doing what? Adequate plannings and adequate procedures. And what are those procedures? There comes the need of FAPs. Further audit procedure. अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ, TOC and TOD and SAP are RAPs or they are FAPs? They help you in reducing what? ROMOM. RAP से तो अपने को ROMOM पता चलता है. We never do the RAPs to reduce it. Did you get the point or not? Yes? Now, RAP you understood? ठीक है? RAP can be, ROMOM can be due to 2 things. ROMOM can result either into a fraud or result into an error. It can be an intentional mistake or it can be unintentional. Okay. Now, do you remember this word I used yesterday? What can go wrong? अगर आपको याद हो, SAP में use किया था, substantive analytical procedure. That time also I told you कि which one is always was, is and will be a better option? TOD or SAP? क्योंकि TOD always helps you in reducing your ROMOM to the lowest accept. SAP only reduces, but it reduces to what? Further lowest acceptable level. So always remember, when you have a choice and you have a good time and you have enough capabilities, always go for what? TOD instead of what? Analytical procedure. Now, RAP के 5 techniques क्या? What are the 5 techniques of RAP? Inquiry, observation, inspection, analytical review, recomputation. ये हमने already inventory 501 में भी discuss किया था. Please tell me, given a choice, which one is a better method from what? First 2 में. Which one is a better method in the second, these 2 में? Inspection. But inspection you can do only of the physical records, assets which are verifiable and countable. But did you remember I give you the example of Tata Steels? अब टाटा स्टील में 80,000 मेट्रिक टन है, तो आप इंस्पेक्शन कर सकते हो. अब क्या करोगे आप? ऑब्जर्वेशन. क्या करोगे ऑब्जर्वेशन में? व्हाट यू विल डू इन ऑब्जर्वेशन? ऑब्जर्विंग देयर मेथड ऑफ व्हाट? फिजिकल काउंटिंग. When you can't do it on your own, observe at least their internal control system who is capable of doing what? Physical counting. दोनों मेथड समझ में आए? तो if given a choice between inquiry and observation together, inquiry and inspection together, which one is better? Inquiry and inspection is always better than what? Inquiry and observation. But sometimes if the inquiry and inspection is not possible, what you will do? Inquiry and observation. क्योंकि अपने को SAAE तो चाहिए, either via inspection or via what? Observation. Am I correct? Now question is, what do you mean by inquiry? Inspection we understood, observation we understood. What do you mean by inquiry? Inquiry means having the inquiry or confirmation and communication with the knowledgeable persons of the entity, which can range from formal communication to informal communication. अब मेरे को ये बताओ, मेरे को इन्वेंट्री के बारे में प्रॉब्लम है. आई हैव अ प्रॉब्लम रिलेटिंग टू इन्वेंट्री और सेल्स. शुड आई गो टू डायरेक्टर ऑफ फाइनेंस or director of sales and purchase? Sales and purchase. He is the most appropriate person. So you should not do only the inquiry. You should do the inquiry from the which persons? Knowledgeable persons of the entity. May range from formal communication to informal. Sometimes they are comfortable more informal. Sometimes formally they are not comfortable. They will be more comfortable in what? Informal. But ultimate idea is to obtain what? SAAE. तीनों समझ में? इंक्वायरी, इंस्पेक्शन, ऑब्जर्वेशन. व्हाट इज एनालिटिकल रिव्यू? सिंपल. 520. When you can do the comparisons, when you can do the ratio analysis, when you can do the trend analysis, when you can do the reasonableness test, or when you can do the structural modeling, chart based, all those things, the best method is what? Analytical review. And what is the last method? Recomputation. अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ, provision for doubtful debt means what? And provision for taxation and provision for depreciation. Provision for gratuity. What do you mean by provision? Estimate. Wherever the management significant estimates are involved, none of the four method will help you out. The last method will help you out. Recomputation. Recomputation method is generally useful in the cases where the management uses the accounting estimates. अच्छा, say for example, management मेरे को बोल रही है our provision for taxation is 60 crores. So now, is it actual figure they are giving me or estimated? Maybe right, maybe wrong. अब आप क्या करोगे? Recompute करोगे, recalculate करोगे, reperform करोगे. This is the fifth technique of RAP. So tell me the 5 techniques of RAP. Inquiry, observation, inspection, analytical review, recomputation. Basic idea is to reduce the ROMOM to the which level? Next. ROMOM are of two types. I already told you at FS level and. So what do you mean by FS level? चलो मैं एक क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ. I'll ask you 2 questions. You have to identify which one ROMOM is of which level. Bad debt recovery has happened, but company made a normal disclosure on the credit side of P&L. Question number 1. Question number 2. On the total profits of the company are 25 crores. Total profits of the company are 25 crores. But when we clearly analyzed its P&L, on the credit side, there was an insurance claim received of 45 crores. ये situation number 2 है. First one is bad debt recovery normally disclosed. Second case is net profits are 25 crores, but its credit side का P&L में there is an insurance claim received of 45 crores. Question number 1, is this a profit making company or loss making company? क्यों है loss making? Profit है ही क्यों? Just because they received what? Insurance. Will it happen next year? No, na. So it is actually a which making? It means it is a manipulation of which level? FS level. You are turning your profit loss making company into a what? Profit. ये पूरी financial statement को affect कर रहा है as a whole. So this is a ROMOM of which level? FS level. But what is the problem with bad debt recovery? Did I disclose on credit side or not? Yes. Is it added in the profit as well? Yes. The problem is not with financials. Problem is with disclosure. What disclosure it demanded as a bad debt recovery? Normal or separate? Separate. Only the heading is the problem. I should have given exceptional item. Under that I should have written what? Bad debt recovery. But instead of that, as a company I wrote what? Bad debt. So MM is there. Material misstatement is there. But it is which level material misstatement? FS level or ABCD level? ABCD में D क्या होता है? Disclosure level. तो ये this is a चिन्ह one. And the first one is what? पेद्दा one. वो FS को अफेक्ट कर रहा था, ये सिर्फ डिस्क्लोजर्स एक आइटम को अफेक्ट कर रहा है. So that is what you mean by ROMOM of 2 level, FS level and अच्छा dishonesty of management is a which ROMOM? FS level. Dishonesty of management and TCWG is a which level? Wrong accounting of one item. Assertion level. तो तुम्हें ROMOM को पहले आइडेंटिफाई करना है, ये FS लेवल की ROMOM है या उसके अकॉर्डिंगली योर RAPs and FAPs will be happening. Right or not? Next point. Understanding an entity. I told you, achha, tell me one thing. You acquired the knowledge of client's business as per SA 300, planning, strategy, everything you did. You made a team and all. When you actually entered the client's place, there were so many unexpected events have happened. Will you stick to your rigid plan and rigid strategy you had, or it's a continuous process? So what is the topic name? Understanding the entity is a which process? Never-ending process. Always you should have a flexibility in your plans and strategy, and you should have a continuity in your plans and strategy. What does that mean? What do you mean by continuity? अच्छा ये बताओ, जनरली हम लोग ऑडिट बाय विच मंथ वी गेट कंप्लीटेड विद? सितंबर अक्टूबर में ऑडिट्स आर वाउंड अप. Am I correct? But do you realize the fact that by the time September October is over, next financial year का half financial year is also over, and you will start doing the planning for the which year audit? Next year. That makes planning a which process? Continuous process. And when you plan, you do the planning before commencement, but when you actually enter the client's place, there are so many unexpected events may happen. It means your planning should be capable enough of flexibility. Some relevant things you may enter, or some irrelevant things you should be capable of dropping. So there should always be the 2 features of your planning and strategy. What are the 2 features? It should be what in nature? Continuous, and it should be what? Flexible. Same rule applies while understanding the client. It is a which process? Never ending process. Next point, How do you understand or acquire the knowledge of your client's business? Just now I told you that diagram. Try to understand what are the three things we have to learn about our client. Our client, client's internal control system, and client's what? Environment. I will throw some 15 to 20 examples to you right now. Please tell me what is internal factors of the client, what is external, strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats, regulatory information, industry knowledge, demand, external, supply, customers, external, suppliers, accounting policies, objectives, strategies, financial performance, operational performance, ICS, internal. Am I correct? Next one, regulatory framework, legal framework, economic framework, technology advancement, external. Okay, na point. What are the 2 points? How to acquire the knowledge of client's business. What is on the left side heading? Knowledge of which factors? Internal. And knowledge of which factors? External. The moment you realize the fact that you know what is internal factors and what is external, this put together is known as AKOCB, acquiring the knowledge of clients. 3 mark question sometimes they ask in the examination. Next point. Following is the usefulness and advantage of it. अच्छा, client को समझने से अपने को advantage क्या है? What are the advantages we get when we understand our client? Advantage number 1. It helps in assessing the ROMAM at which level? FS level. And we will in the beginning only come to know that will I get SAE or not. What is SAE? Is client helpful or not helpful? By acquiring the knowledge of whose business? Client's business. What is the third advantage? It will help me in determining the which level? Materiality. What is the fourth advantage? Helps me in understanding the appropriateness of selection and implementation of which policies. In the beginning only I'll come to know that whether the accounting policy selected and implemented by the client is appropriate or not. And what is the fifth advantage? Helps in identifying the areas where which attention is required. So basically AKOCB does not only help you in execution, it helps you in getting 5 advantages also. What are the 5 advantages? Up without looking. Point number 1. You will come to know that their accounting policies are correct or not. You will understand whether he'll be providing you the evidence or not. You will understand your which level? Materiality level. And most importantly, you will understand the areas where you need to focus specially. And what is the first one? You will assess their ROMAM at which level? FS level. अब बताओ इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम क्या होता है? ध्यान से बताना मेरे को. एक्चुअली ना इसकी डेफिनेशन इतनी बड़ी है. ये देखो, एक सेकेंड, ये है इसकी डेफिनेशन. अभी तो पूरा नहीं आ रहा है. From here to here. Actually, all of you in the class knows the meaning of internal control system, but all of you can't define internal control system. ये प्रॉब्लम है अपने ऑडिटिंग की. हम लोग क्या होता है, हम लोग मीनिंग समझ जाते हैं, क्योंकि when you take the classes ना, person never concentrates on letting you understand what definition. जैसे say for example, DT में अपना concentration होता है पेद्दा chapters like PGPP, capital gains. Question आ गया define SSC. वहां पे योर आत्मा विल मीट विद परमात्मा की सब कुछ आता है मेरे को, बट आई डोंट नो हाउ टू डिफाइन व्हाट एसएससी. हियर आल्सो द प्रॉब्लम, यू नो इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम, रैप्स, रोमम, 315, एवरीथिंग यू कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड. दे आस्क यू डिफाइन इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम. अब मैं तुम्हें बताता हूं, इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम इज एक्चुअली अ वेरी सिमिलर कॉन्सेप्ट व्हाट ऑडिटर फॉलोज. माइक, ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड मी. व्हाट इज द ऑडिटर्स मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव? टू एक्सप्रेस अ रीजनेबल assurance or opinion. Am I correct? To express this objective, this is the end product of the audit, to express a reasonable assurance. To do that, what he does so many procedures, he adopts so many what? Techniques. So please tell me, can I call them as audit procedures and audit techniques? Who includes? Auditor includes in his planning to achieve his what? Objective. So what is auditor does? Auditor plans and strategize his audit in such a way so that it will be adopted only by the engagement partner or whole audit team. It includes what? Audit procedures and audit techniques to achieve what? Audit objective. अब ये काम करो, जहां जहां पे मैंने वर्ड ऑडिटर यूज किया था ना, उसको रिप्लेस कर दो मैनेजमेंट से. तो व्हाट इज इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम? इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम इज अ प्लान ऑफ द मैनेजमेंट. What was audit? Audit was a plan of an auditor. Internal control system is a plan of whom? Management. Includes audit procedure or management procedure? include audit techniques or management techniques to achieve audit objective or management objective. I pen the definition. Tell me, what is internal control system? Internal control system is a plan of a management adopted by the whole entity, including management procedures, management techniques to achieve management objective, which are as follows. अब मैं तुमसे क्वेश्चन पूछना, बताना, is it my responsibility or management responsibility? Safeguarding of asset, management. Compliance of laws and regulation, management. Efficient and orderly conduct of business, management. Economy and efficiency in operations, management. Are you getting the point? Next one, early detection of frauds and errors, management. Reliable financial reporting, management. ये किसके objective है? Those objectives should be achieved. That's why management installs one system. That system is known as what? Internal control system. Simple. अब बताओ, हो गया पूरा definition? What is internal control system? It's a plan of the management adopted only by the management of whole entity, having management procedures, management techniques to achieve management. Objective number 1, safeguard. हमको अपनी एसेट को कहां से सेफगार्ड करना है? From what we are going to safeguard it? Against misappropriations and unauthorizations. What we are doing? What do we want? Normal reporting or reliable financial reporting? For that I need to have the competent staff. What do I need? Third thing, compliance with laws and regulation. Do I keep the compliance officer practicing CS in my company or not? Yes. What is the fourth one? Efficiency and effectiveness of my operation. What is the fifth one? Early detection of frauds and errors. What is the sixth one? Orderly and efficient conduct of business. And what is the seventh one? Because management knows that when the financial year will be over, who will come and demand the FS external? So do they have to prepare it later on or on timely basis? Tell me the 7 objectives of ICS. Safeguarding of assets, early detection and prevention of frauds and errors, compliance of laws and regulations, reliable financial reporting, efficiency and effective operations, and timely preparation of financial statement, and what? Orderly and efficient conduct of business. ये सारे objectives को achieve कौन करेगा? ICS. और ICS को plant कौन करेगा? Management. उसे बोलते हैं internal control system. Correct है? Next point. What are the inherent limitations of internal control system? जल्दी बताओ. अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ. Internal control system is automated or human based? Do you agree human is a statue of error? Do you do mistakes at this age also? I do at the age of 32 right now also. मैं करता हूँ mistakes. Do I do? Yes. Do you do? No. कौन बोला no? कौन महात्मा है अपनी क्लास में? Who is the महात्मा? Who said he does not do mistakes? You are a mistake. Does not do mistake. अच्छा, tell me one thing. Do we do mistake or not? Simple. Internal control system is made up of human. Human is a statue of what? Error. So this is normal limitation or inherent. Either you hire a 45-year-old experienced person or 25-year-old younger professional. Mistakes everyone does. That is that kind of limitation of internal control system which can never be eliminated. So what is the first inherent limitation? Presence of human judgment and human mistakes. Repeat again. Presence of human judgment. Second inherent limitation of internal control system is it always costly affair. Which affair? तुम्हें लगता है normal company can afford the same internal control system which the Reliance is having? Or internal control system demands a lot of expenditure. Every organization cannot demand the same internal control system. They cannot have the same internal control system because it is what in nature? Costly. Tell me the two limitations now. Human judgment and human error. Second, costly. Biggest problem with the internal control system is it has to be updated. If it is not updated, it is obsolete. आपको हर साल अपना इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम अपडेट करना पड़ेगा. लाइक यू अपडेट योर एंड्रॉइड एंड iOS का वर्जन. डू यू अपडेट इट? अब मोबाइल भी तो अपडेट हुए. पहले वो नोकिया के फोन आते थे, वो स्टार एंड हैश, फिर वो पैटर्न वाले आए, फिर वो क्या बोलते हैं पासकोड वाले आए, फिर वो पीछे फिंगर आई, फिर आगे फिंगर आई, अभी फेस लॉक है. यू नेवर नो फ्यूचर में क्या होगा. फोन आया तो डीएनए टेस्ट. अरे नहीं, तुम समझे नहीं. यू आर टेकिंग इट लाइटली बट आई एम टेलिंग द टेक्नोलॉजी. यू नेवर नो. डीएनए टेस्ट में कम. Face lock. Anybody can make your face by putting a filter in front of you. So at that point of time, what? DNA, or one pin will come, put here BP, sugar. This is Rohit's BP only. Are you getting the point? Or blood test, bolke. You never know, na technology. The technology is something which is always constant or keeps on updating. Internal control system is also required to be updated. If not updated, it is obsolete. Is it clear, everyone? Third limitation, samajh mein aayi? What is the fourth limitation? Internal control system works well in a very normal situation, but it's a complete failure in abnormal situation. अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ, there is a bank. Try to understand. There is a bank. There are 60 cameras in the bank. All are working. And night 2 o'clock, the thief came and stole all the bank lockers. Cameras came down and stopped the thief, or they only caught the thief. Damage is already done. So normal situation मतलब morning cameras are fine, but night में cameras will not come down and start rolling in the bank. Where is the thief? Cameras will not prevent the theft. Cameras will only catch the theft. Are you getting the point? So they are very useful in normal situation, but a complete failure in what? Abnormal. Tell me the four limitations. अभी घुस रहे दिमाग में limitations. Point number 1, human error, human judgment, costly. Third, if not updated, obsolete, is of no use. Fourth one, works well in normal, but a complete failure in abnormal. And sometimes the biggest problem with the organization's internal control system is when they do not understand the effectiveness of having internal control system. See, there might be a case that there is no theft has taken place in that particular bank, but installing the 80 cameras is necessary or not necessary? Necessary. Bank knows that theft has not happened, but there is no guarantee that it will never happen. Are you getting the point? But कई बार क्या होता है, some management says that why to spend so much on internal control system when the things will happen, we'll see. That is the biggest problem with sometimes the management attitude. When they do not have the effective knowledge of a efficiency of a good internal control system. सीधी सी बात है. अब जैसे मेरे घर में भी कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि खजाना पड़ा है, बट मेरे घर में भी 4 CCTV कैमरास इंस्टॉल्ड है, क्योंकि माई वाइफ इज वर्किंग, आई एम वर्किंग, और घर में किड होता है और मेड आती है, सर्वेंट आती है, तो वी हैव टू कीप एन आई ऑन देम. It's not that nothing has happened is not the guess. Nothing has happened is not the excuse कि we don't need camera. Something may happen. So management should know the effectiveness of installing a which system? Internal control system. Are you getting the point? But sometimes management don't realize this fact and they don't install it because for them benefit should always be more than what? Sir, मैंने भी almost 30 to 40,000, 50,000 spend करके installation करवाया. So अब should I tell that theft should have happened? Otherwise the money will go waste. Should I think like this? So management thinks like this, na? कि cost and benefit analysis में always benefit should be more than what? Cost. Are you understanding my examples? Okay, 5. Inherent. 6th, last one. Management manipulation. What is the 6th disadvantage? Internal control system में ना actually controls तो you have, but controls का control is in the hands of management. And at any point of time they can manipulate it. क्योंकि ultimately who installed it? Management. Management can manipulate it at any point of time according to their convenience. Even if you have the good internal control system, but whether they are working or not in good manner is completely in the hands of whom? Management. So tell me the 6 inherent limitations. Human error, human judgment, costly, not updated, works well in normal, completely failure in abnormal. 6th one, management manipulation. And 7th one, sometimes you fail to understand the effectiveness of a good internal control system. Okay, now factors important for an auditor to understand whether controls are relevant or not. चलो मैं एक छोटा सा example देता हूँ to understand this thing. Suppose you are the auditor of Domino's. You are the auditor of Domino's. Domino's claims that if we'll make a delivery to you within 30 minutes, we'll charge, otherwise free. That is their one liner. Suppose it is there. Now, when you are doing the audit of Domino's, please tell me whether this internal control system of delivering the pizzas within 30 minutes matters to you as a financial auditor or does not matter to you. Matters or does not matter? तुम्हें क्या problem है? What is the problem you have? Revenue will get affected. What will get affected? तो आपको प्लॉजिबल रिलेशनशिप कनेक्ट करना पड़ेगा। यहाँ पे योर SAP substantive analytical procedure is saying that कि boss, if the 50% of the times they are not reaching on time, it means they're delivering the pizza for free. That is turning my client from profit making to what? Loss making. That impacts your judgment. Did you get the point? So it's not that ki it's a non-financial control, so it is not your relevant to you. And it's not that it is financial control, then only it is relevant to you. So being a financial auditor, you have to analyze the control. Is it relevant to you or not? Don't make a pre-notion or pre-judgment कि okay, financial relevant, non-financial not relevant. मेरे को क्या लेना देना whether the Domino's is delivering the goods on time or not. But it affects the revenue, then it becomes what? Relevant. Did you get the answer for the question? What is the question? Factors important for an auditor to understand whether the controls are relevant or not. अब बताओ ये control was relevant or not relevant? Relevant. समझ में आ रहा है? So understanding the question is more important rather than giving the answer. You should not start the answer understand until unless you have not read the question twice. That is the only lacking matter in you people. Final में आके होता है. It's obvious. I have gone through the same stage, but I realized in the last 10 years कि where the students are having problems in the final is they are impatient during the examination. They want to jump from one question to another as soon as possible. In the race of that, you will do all the questions, but you will end up doing the questions what you have done in a wrong way by not reading the question properly. And unfortunately, when you realize this at 5 o'clock, when you are out of the examination hall, you looking for a wall where you can go and break your head. Shit यार, अगर ये कर लेता तो 4 mark extra थे. I mean, why to go into that zone when you can do that before only? To have a good patient reading skills. Read the question twice, thrice. Understand it, what examiner is asking to you. ठीक है? Now, और क्या कर सकते हैं इसमें? अच्छा, what will happen if you will not do the understanding of the controls of client? Suppose you did not do the TOC. You directly started with SP. Now tell me, FAP में दो क्या है? What are the FAPs? Two FAPs. TOC and SP. One of them to be done or both of them to be done? So starts with what? TOC. My question is, you didn't do TOC. Directly you started with what? SP. Will there be any loss? Yes. Yes, you don't know what to do, what not to do, where to start, where not to, because you don't know what they have planted inside their organization. You will be like, you are running in a black room where there is no end to that room. Are you getting the point? Without any torch. So that will be the situation if you will not do the TOC. So doing the TOC is least important or highly important? Highly important. Otherwise, what will happen? Read this disadvantage number 1 and 2. Audit program may become what? Heavy and uncontrollable. Second thing, auditor will end up wasting a lot of his time and energy on what? Irrelevant things. So TOC आपको filter करता है कि what are your focusing areas, what are your non-focusing areas, material and immaterial areas. So TOC करना is very important. Next, what is the best way of acquiring the knowledge about the internal control system? Never sit with the management if you want the good knowledge of internal control system, because they planted and left. Who is actually exercising those controls? Employees. So sit with whom? Employees and officers. Check their manuals and code of ethics. Analyze their charts and past results of the organization. By which auditor must understand the fact that even a highly effective controls also can lead to the existence of what? Misstatement. It means what they're trying to tell that in the world there is nothing called best ICS. There can always be a good ICS or a better ICS. But there can never be a what? क्योंकि अगर ये बेस्ट होता तो देयर इज नॉट इवन अ सिंगल फ्रॉड एंड एरर विल हैपन. तो दैट्स द रीजन आई से कीप्स ऑन गेटिंग व्हाट? अपडेटेड. अगर अपन बोलें कि आईफोन 14 बेस्ट है तो 15 16 तो आएगा ही नहीं कभी. बेस्ट क्या है? बेस्ट इज ऑलवेज हैविंग अ चॉइस ऑफ बिकमिंग अ व्हाट? बेटर. आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? ऐसे ही मार्केट चलती है. डिमांड एंड सप्लाई है तो ही मार्केट चलेगी. सेम वे इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम वंस इट इज इंस्टॉल्ड, the person who sold you that ICS is business is shut down then, because he already sold you the best one. He will keep on updating the things. That's how iPhones are coming in the market. Samsung, अब Samsung के क्या S1 से start हुआ था, अभी S23 चल रहा है मार्केट में. Are you gonna? It's like, railways boxes. Railway के train के box है ना, S1, S2, S3, S4, S5. It's like that only. You don't know till what time it will end up. S will over, they go for N. N will go over Q, P. Your generations will also see. So internal control system can never be a what? Best one. Even the better internal control system also can't give you the guarantee that there won't be any frauds and errors. Benefits I already told you. What is this? What is the name of this topic? Evaluation of which system? अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ आपको कैसे पता चलेगा इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम इज इफेक्टिव और नॉट देयर आर 4 मेथड्स ऑफ इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम व्हाट आर द 4 मेथड्स ऑफ इवैल्यूएटिंग इंटरनल कंट्रोल सिस्टम दिस इज वन ऑफ योर पार्ट इन योर चैप्टर एज वेल नरेटिव रिकॉर्ड्स इंटरनल कंट्रोल चेकलिस्ट इंटरनल कंट्रोल क्वेश्चनर फ्लो चार्ट एनीबॉडी नोस दिस व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ ईच एंड एवरीथिंग व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय फ्लो चार्ट इवैल्यूएशन बताना सर सॉरी that is flow chart. Narrative record. Yes, narrative record is a place generally applicable for the smaller organizations where the auditor himself can get involved in doing the evaluation of the internal control system. Let me tell you one by example. Say for example, it's a small organization and she's a sales manager. I will ask her some 5 to set of questions. How do you initiate the sales? She gave me one reply. Second question. How do you record the sales? Who authorizes you to do the sales and what documentations you prepare? If she is able to give me the efficient answer for these queries, it means her answers to my queries represents that it's a clear-cut sign of good ICS. She knows her what? Duties and responsibilities. That method is known as what? Narrative record. But the problem with the narrative record is auditor has to be present in this method and it is only useful in which organizations? Smaller organizations. Not useful for larger. And the problem with the smaller organization is what? Often shuffling of the jobs. Yesterday she was a sales manager. Today she is taking care of purchase. And day after tomorrow she is taking care of what? Again cash or sales, another department. Problem is narrative record is only and only suitable for which organization? Smaller organization. There comes the need for the second method. What is the second method? Internal control checklist and questionnaire, you have to do it together. Now, checklist mein what happens? Auditor prepares one questionnaire of the queries and questions on the evaluation of internal control system. Who prepares? Auditor. He hands over this checklist to whose? Audit staff. Audit staff goes to the whose place? Client's place. They will carry out their observations and ask the necessary questions prepared by the auditor directly with whom? Management. Management replies to them and they write the answer yes, no, not applicable. What is the answer they will write? After that, this filled up questionnaire, they will bring it to me and I'll be able to know about their weaknesses and strength-wise areas. But please tell me, it looks very fine. It's look very systematic. But what is the biggest issue with this particular kind of evaluation? Checklist mein. Who is doing the evaluation? Auditor or audit staff? Can they be easily manipulated? Yes. Point number 1. Point number 2. Are they competent or semi-competent? Qualified or semi-qualified? Third point. The auditor's focus is more on his audit staff's duty rather than evaluation of what? Internal control system. Focus shifting is the problem. Because auditor himself is not involved. And they can be easily manipulated. They are semi-qualified, semi-competent. These are the limitations of the method number 2. This gave the birth to the method number 3. What is the method number 3? Internal control questionnaire. Here auditor said that let me eliminate the audit staff in between the chain. He himself drafted the same set of questions. Now instead of giving to the audit staff, he handed over it to whom? Management. Directly जाके किसको दे दिया? Management को. Who gave? Auditor. Now please tell me, any audit staff in between or there is no audit staff? So how you will define between checklist and questionnaire? In the checklist, set of questions were drafted by auditor. There also the set of questions were drafted by auditor. But after drafting, it was handed over to whom? Audit staff. Here it is handed over directly to the management staff. Suppose you all are departmental heads. I am the auditor. I gave you your questionnaire. All the departmental heads ko I distributed a questionnaire. And what I told to you, कि once you will have a free time, just fill up this questionnaire and let me know. Are you getting the point? You filled up the questionnaire and give it to me. Now my question number 1 is very important. Try to understand. Who gave me the answers to these questions? via my audit staff or the one who is involved in the activity? More preferable than what? Checklist. Who is telling their own weaknesses? My staff or the one who is involved in it? Better identification of weaknesses. Are you getting the point? And you can now put as many questions you want because staff may understand, may not understand some technicalities, but the one who is involved in it knows the all technicalities of his operation. You can make it more elaborative in nature. Instead of 50 questions, you can put 200 questions in. Am I correct? You can have an increased questionnaire. So what are the 3 advantages of questionnaire over checklist? Answered by the person who are involved in it. Better identification of weaknesses. You, on the basis of that, you can decide your extent of checking also. Should I go more exhaustive or should I go for test checking? Sample size. And most importantly, you can have more elaborative one. But the biggest problem is also with the third one. Time consuming in nature. What in nature? And may become a barrier in the smooth functioning of management. TCWG management may not permit me to do that. Why? Because I am telling them officially to cut down your job for a moment and answer my what? Questions. Am I becoming a barrier in the smooth functioning of the management? Yes. That is the biggest disadvantage of what? Questionnaire. It means in the first 3 methods, you didn't find even a single method which is supreme. Am I correct? Some limitations are there in narrative, some are there in checklist, some are there in questionnaire. What is the last method? Best method. Bird eye view, hawk eye view. What is the name of this method? Bird eye view, hawk eye view. What do you mean by that? You don't have to do anything. Evaluate their operations and do the audit trial on the same. What is audit trial? Right from its which point? Starting point to ending point. अच्छा मैं तुम्हें एक इसका ना example देता हूँ so that you can understand it. अच्छा ये देखो. I went to the client and I checked their P2P operation. Which operation? P2P. P2P stands for procurement to payment. मैं डायरेक्टली गया स्टॉक डिपार्टमेंट के पास. मैंने कहा सर व्हाट डू यू डू व्हेन द रीऑर्डर लेवल हैपेंस? ही सेड दैट वी जनरेट एमआरएन. व्हाट इज एमआरएन? मटेरियल रिक्विजिशन नोट. मैंने कहा टू whom you give? They said we give it to the purchase department. Purchase informs to accounts. Accounts invite what? Tenders. Best tender को we select and we place an order. Then what takes place? Delivery. We have a stock department and the stock comes, and after the stock comes it is sent to what? Production department. Production department does it convert into फिनिश गुड्स. फिनिश गुड्स के बाद हम उसका क्यूआई करते हैं, क्वालिटी इंस्पेक्शन. आफ्टर दैट वी इन्फॉर्म इट टू अकाउंट्स. अकाउंट्स इन्फॉर्म इट टू फाइनेंस. फाइनेंस raises a check. Check is given to whom? Supplier. Supplier puts it in bank and he finally gets his payment. इतने सारे डिपार्टमेंट्स इंक्लूडेड है P2P ऑपरेशन में. Looking at this operation, you might be thinking that it is the world's best P2P operation. So many people are involved. Different people are doing the different activities. Am I correct? But there's a problem in this operation. QI department is wrongly placed. Which department? Can you please tell me the best place is after finished goods or at the time of taking raw material only? Due to which you can eliminate so many duplications of work. Now this P2P ka chart, I will take it to the top level management. So this is the problem in your ICS. This is the deficiency in your ICS. You better remove your QI department from there and insert it before what? Raw material. Are you getting the point? इसीलिए इसे अच्छा ये बताओ, are you able to see the drone eye view of the whole operations? Yes. इसीलिए इसे bird eye view and which method? So what is flowchart? Flowchart is a grammatical and diagrammatical representation of flow of operations right from its starting point to ending point. That is what you mean by flowchart. Generally required for the top level management when they are in urgent need of knowing the weaknesses of their which cases? Internal control system. तो ये सबसे फेवरेट मेथड है फॉर द टॉप लेवल मैनेजमेंट एंड लेस टाइम कंज्यूमिंग, प्रिसाइज, इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड. देयर इज नो लिमिटेशन इन दिस मेथड, बट देयर इज वन प्रिकॉशन इन दिस मेथड. यू शुड नॉट यूज द टेक्निकल साइंस एंड सिंबल्स. जैसे हम लोग ये वाले सिंबल यूज करते हैं, अगर आपको याद हो, वो ये वाले फ्लो चार्ट जो एक्चुअली होते हैं वो ये सिंबल्स में होते हैं. ये जो स्लीपिंग एग, स्टार्ट एंड स्टॉप, व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ दिस? दिस इज कॉल्ड व्हाट? ये डिसीजन ये है. दिस इज व्हाट? इनपुट. दिस इज व्हाट? प्रोसेस. एंड दिस इज कॉल्ड व्हाट? डिसीजन, जहां से येस एंड नो निकलता है. आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? अब इफ विल यूज दीज काइंड ऑफ साइंस एंड सिंबल्स, नो वन विल बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड द फ्लो चार्ट प्रॉपरली. तो इट्स बेटर टू यूज द सिंपल साइंस एंड symbol so that everyone will be able to understand the flow chart. So tell me the 4 methods of evaluation of ICs. Narrative records, internal control checklist, internal control questionnaire, and the max to max one big question what they may ask you on this part. That is the most important part of your risk assessment and internal control chapter. That is called components of which system? Internal control. पहले तो ये बताओ 5 component क्या होते हैं? What are the 5 pillars of every internal control system? जैसे अपने fundamental principles है, integrity, objectivity. Same way, every company's internal control system, if any of these 5 things is missing, it means your internal control system is the poorest of poor. Point number 1, control environment. Repeat after me. Point number 2, risk assessment process. What is the second? Third, effective communication and information system. Fourth, control activities. And fifth, monitoring. मैं तुम्हें बहुत सिंपल वे में बता देता हूं कि इसका मतलब क्या है. अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ, internal control system is made up of your staff and employees. If you want your staff and employees to be honest and to be ethical, it is the top level management's responsibility to display these qualities first in running the company. उसे बोलते हैं control environment. देखो सीधी सी बात है, junior always looks at his what? Senior. Am I correct? If the senior himself is dishonest person and unethical person, it won't be a good environment within which your employees are working. So if you want your employees to be honest, ethical, appropriate, adequate, making the best use of whistleblower policy, so that environment you have to create. That means, say for example, if someone is doing a wrong activity, then penalize them. And if someone is doing a good activity, then reward and recognize them. Both are called leadership examples. Both are called what? अब मान लो इन्होंने एक फ्रॉड किया कंपनी में, तो इनको फायर हर सो दैट इट विल गिव एन इंप्रेशन टू द अदर पार्टी कि भैया बॉस यहां पे थोड़ा सा इंटीग्रिटी हैज टू बी मेंटेन. एंड इफ यू हैव डन एनी गुड एक्टिविटी, रिवॉर्ड एंड रिकॉग्नाइज हर सो दैट दे विल आल्सो कम टू नो दैट कि डेयर यू इफ यू विल डू द गुड एक्टिविटी यू विल आल्सो गेट रिकॉग्नाइज्ड एंड व्हाट? रिवॉर्डेड. उसे बोलते हैं कंट्रोल एनवायरनमेंट. व्हिच एनवायरनमेंट? व्हाट यू विल शो दैट यू विल गेट. So what you will show? Honest culture, ethical culture, that is what you will get it in return. That is called which environment? Control environment. Second क्या होता है? रैप. अच्छा मेरे को बताओ अपना रैप का फुल फॉर्म क्या है? एंटिटी के रैप का फुल फॉर्म है रिस्क असेसमेंट प्रोसेस. अच्छा ये बताओ, वुड यू लाइक टू नो योर वीकनेसेस बाय योर ओन और यू वुड लाइक अ थर्ड पार्टी टू कम एंड लेट यू नो व्हाट आर योर वीकनेसेस? तो व्हाई यू आर वेटिंग फॉर द एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर टू कम एंड लेट यू know the weaknesses? Don't you think that you should have your own RAP in the organization? What is RAP? Risk assessment process. Instead of me identifying your ROMUM, you should better identify and know your what? ROMUM. Instead of me assessing the significance, step number 2, you should assess the significance. Instead of me bringing it to the which level? Lowest, you should bring it. And instead of me letting you know the solution, you should get the solution on your own. उसे बोलते हैं client's RAP. Risk assessment process. Did you understand the 2 points? What is the first one? Control environment. Second one, risk. Amma, please go. You are not looking comfortable. You. No, not you. Do. Sure? भाई गिरने वाले थे क्या अभी? भाई don't do that. Oh, I can't afford 2 cases in the same batch. That will ruin my name. रोहित सर इतना ज्यादा बता देते हैं. It's very difficult to digest. Do I tell you everything at least in proper way or not? समझ में तो आता ना. डाइजेस्ट कर लेना. इफ यू थिंक दैट इट इज गोइंग ओवर एंड अबव योर बेंच, डू लेट मी नो अम्मा प्लीज. हाँ, डोंट गेट कैरिड अवे इन सेम वे. शी फेल ऑन दिस वे, एटलीस्ट फेल ऑन दैट वे. बैलेंस हो जाएगा. तो टेल मी व्हाट आर द 2 components? Control environment and RAP. What is the RAP you expect in the client's internal control system? They should identify their ROMUMs. They should assess the significance. They should reduce it to the lowest acceptable level, and they should do the adequate proper planning and procedures. That is called client's RAP. What is the third one? अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ, what is the biggest issue in every organization is never ever the good or poor internal control system. It is the good communication and the poor information system between the 2 departments. मैं तुम्हें एक simple example देता हूँ. Suppose there is one marketing department in one company and there is one production department in the same company. Marketing department has 50 employees. Each of them is capable of selling maximum 10,000 products in a year. So how much they can sell? 50 employees, each capacity is 10,000. 5 lakh units they can sell. Production department ने 10 lakhs units बना दिए. How much they manufacture? 10. But how much you have to sell? Is this a gap? What is this called? Information and communication gap. Had they have talked to each other, had there been a good quick communication between the two departments, whether the overstocking problem can be solved or not? Yes. कंपनी की मेन बैकबोन पता क्या होती है? उसकी इंफॉर्मेशन एंड कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम. दैट इज द मेन बैकबोन ऑफ एवरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. If you do not have that effective communication and reliable information system, then in that case you can't run a good internal control system. Tell me the 3 factors: control, environment, wraps and information. What is the last one? 4th one? अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ, why single multiple activities shall not be handled by the same person? Chances of risk and frauds and errors will be higher. Suppose I am only the accountant and I am only the cashier. Misappropriation of assets. Am I correct? Fair chances of doing the bad debts, unauthorized rebates, discounts. So what is the internal check system means? Arranging the staff jobs in such a manner that one person's work will be independently checked by another. चलो imagine करते हैं cinema hall की example. Cinema hall में ticket seller and the ticket verifier is the same person or different? Why? If one will do the fraud, at least will be caught by what? Another. बैंक में डिमांड ड्राफ्ट जब अपन बनवाते हैं डीडी, हैव यू एवर गॉन टू द बैंक फॉर डीडी? वेदर सिंगल पर्सन डज एवरीथिंग, टेक्स द कैश, प्रिंट्स इट, साइंस इट, और देयर आर मल्टीपल पीपल, उसको इंटरनल चेक सिस्टम बोलते हैं. चलो एक थर्ड एग्जांपल देता हूं. अपन करते हैं फैक्ट्री की बात. इन अ फैक्ट्री देयर इज वन पर्सन हु इज अलाउइंग द एम्प्टी लॉरी टू कम इनसाइड. He is only weighing, loading the lorry. He is only weighing the lorry, and he is only allowing the lorry to exit the factory. 4 activities handled by a single person. Chances of frauds and errors higher or lower? Another factory, 4 different persons doing 4 activities. Allowing 1 person, loading 1 person, weighing 1 person, exiting 1 person. अब बताओ which one is better? First one or second one? उसे बोलते कंट्रोल एक्टिविटीज. Have physical controls. अच्छा ये बताओ, proxy is easy where? When it is a physical attendance or biometric attendance? अगर आपको किसी की proxy लगानी है, which one is better? Physical attendance में easy, am I correct or not? But biometric में उसे बोलते control activities. Am I correct or not? Double approvals रख लो, double authorizations रखो. Do not allow the single person to do a sale. The person who is receiving the cash should not be the one who is making the invoice, should not be the one who is counting it, and it should not be the one who is handling it. Keep the different person for different activities. That is called which activities? Control. And what is the last one? Once you install your internal control system, it is not always going to be the same. You have to keep on monitoring it, revise it, reviews it for the better, and update it for the betterment. बहुत सिंपल सी बात है. हम लोग भी अपना फोन लेते हैं, अपडेट करते ना. We keep on monitoring our things also. बहुत सिंपल सी बात है. In the masterminds, whenever any faculty comes for any classes or any marathons, and do they take the review from you? Ki, did you like the classes or not? Why do they do that? To understand, should they keep him or should they replace him? सिंपल सी बात है. हम लोग कस्टमर केयर पे कॉल करते हैं. I think once your customer call will be ended, they will tell you, sir, I'll put you to the IVR, please rate it from 1 to 10. क्यों लेते हो वो फीडबैक तुमसे? So that they can understand the quality inspection department is running good or not. Complaints क्यों ली जाती हैं? Complaints, suggestions क्यों लिए जाते हैं? That is called monitoring activity. Which activity? If they will find the flaws in their particular internal control system, they can there itself stop it before becoming a larger loss. उसे बोलते हैं monitoring activities. Which activity? So you do these 5 things in your organization, you have the world's best internal control system. Tell me the 5 things. Control, environment. They will die. Already उन्होंने ऐसा हो रही है. तो it is not switched on. AC is working man. That is switched on now. Too much है. टू मच है लेस है? टू मच हॉट और टू मच कोल्ड? अच्छा अच्छा, वो बंद कर दो सर, एसी बंद कर दो. Now you need, they don't need. Increase the temperature, make it 38. 25, 26 कर दो सर temperature. That will be more comfortable. अच्छा, that's why you will feeling uncomfortable. So Amma, actually na, God has given us a very beautiful gift called mouth. You should you should have spoken. That day also I asked her, do you have a doubt? Yes sir, I have a doubt. Now I should ask you, do you have a doubt or not? Or you should ask me if you have a doubt. Are you getting the point? So make a use of these senses which the God has given you. You will feel better. At least you are making the maximum utilization. Am I correct or not? Sometimes क्या होता है, अच्छा, my friend was there. He was also like this only. Introvert बंदा था. So one day he came to me, Rohit, what do you think यार? What is my future? मैंने कहा you are antic. मैंने कहा you have unused brain. You know that will be the biggest achievement. We use it 1%, 0.5%, 0.2, but you have what? Unused brain. Keep it in the museum. Register yourself. Become a property of India's constitution. People will come from faraway places to how to not use the brain. Matlab, what kind of question is this? Rohit, what is my future and what is how will I decide what is your future? Are you getting the point? These kind of people are there, you know. You will keep on meeting them. Actually ना मेरी एक प्रॉब्लम है. जैसे ही when I get exhausted ना, I become more funny. नहीं, लिटरली देयर इज वन, मेरा जो सेंस ऑफ ह्यूमर है ना वो वॉमिट होना शुरू हो जाता है. इट विल कम आउट इन द फॉर्म ऑफ वॉमिटिंग, राइट और नॉट? तो इवनिंग में दैट्स व्हाई मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल वुड लाइक टू हैव माय फाइनल बैचेस इन द इवनिंग, क्योंकि इवनिंग में क्या होता है, दिस काइंड ऑफ सब्जेक्ट कैन बी इजीली गॉन थ्रू योर माइंड. बट डिड यू अंडरस्टैंड रिस्क असेसमेंट इंटरनल कंट्रोल चैप्टर? अब बताओ नेक्स्ट टॉपिक क्या करना है, जल्दी बोलो. पूरा चैप्टर पढ़ा दिया, और क्या बच्चे की जान लोगे? और क्या पढ़ना है? फॉरेंसिक ऑडिट पढ़ेंगे, चलो डन. ఓకే, ఫోరెన్సిక్ అమ్మ 315 అయిపోయింది. Now 320, 330 is left. That will see if the time will allow. First forensic audit. Where is forensic? Investigation, due diligence. First of all, the amendment. Now no longer you are going to call it as what? Forensic audit. You are going to call everywhere, wherever the word forensic audit is written, substitute the word with word forensic accounting. So it is no longer forensic audit, it is forensic accounting. चलो, क्या वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हुई है, नहीं हुई? हो गए? मतलब being in Guntur, I am seeing for the first time people are getting scared of cold. Otherwise, it's a very hottest place, nahi? One of the hottest place. Guntur? Come in May, you will come to know. Last time I was in May. 2 times I fell ill. A very different kind of, actually the loo problem is there. Due to coastal area, I think, nearby. है ना, ह्यूमिडिटी बहुत ज़्यादा है. सर आप आ जाओ, नो नीड टू लिसन टू देम, प्लीज कम, नो प्रॉब्लम, दे विल कीप ऑन डिस्टर्बिंग यू ओनली. हाँ प्लीज कम, नो प्रॉब्लम, इट्स ओके, क्योंकि मेरे को डाइवर्जन हो रहा है अगेन एंड अगेन. इट्स ओके. चलो लेट्स प्रोसीड विद विच ऑडिट एवरीवन? फोरेंसिक ऑडिट. ठीक है, पहले तो ये बताओ फोरेंसिक के स्टेप्स क्या होते हैं. फोरेंसिक के स्टेप्स होते हैं, फर्स्ट वन, like it's like a normal audit only, but it's just that you do not use your skeptical mind here, you use your suspicious mind here. Which mind here? So forensic audit is a combination of 3 qualities: accounting, auditing and investigative mentality. What is the third word? Investigative mentality. मतलब आपको इन्वेस्टिगेटिव नेचर इनहेरिट करना पड़ेगा इफ यू वांट टू बिकम अ विच ऑडिटर। देखो पहले तो मेरे को ये बताओ, फोरेंसिक ऑडिट हैपेंस व्हेन द स्कैम इज अबाउट टू हैपन और स्कैम हैज हैपेंड, तो you already know that कि there is a fraud or error. So it means you can directly go there and start with the which mentality? Investigative mentality. But normal audit does not look like this. Normal audit may when you are entering the client's place at the end of the financial year or after the end of the financial year. Do you know that fraud errors have happened or you will come to know? So that's why you use suspicious mind in financial audit. But here you are using which mind? Sorry, you use skeptical mind in audit. Here you are using which mind? Suspicious mind. So it's a combination of three qualities. What are the three qualities? Auditing, accounting, and investigative mentality. The word forensic means suitable for the use in the court of law. Biggest problem in the forensic audit is that not only you have to do the audit, you also have to go to the court proceedings and you also be going to be testifying there as an expert witness. And you remember, this is not in the scope of your peer review. Yeah, there. What are the 7-8 items not in the scope of peer review? Testifying as a what? Expert witness. तो इसमें आपको क्या करना होता है? You have to go like a forensic auditor, like same CID kind of thing. You have to catch a criminal. You have to reach to the origin of the fraud. To reach to the origin of the fraud, here you have to use your which methodology? Investigative methodology. Collect the evidence. Purpose is same. Collect SAAE, and with that SAAE, you have to go to the court and represent yourself as a witness. I am the one who caught the thing. Basically, it's all, instead of murder site, it's a financial fraud site where you are going and doing the audit. That is what you mean by which audit? Forensic audit. Okay. Now, forensic audit can be conducted in prosecute a party for fraud, embezzlement, and what? Other financial issues. It refers to comprehensive use of which skill? Accounting skill, auditing skill, and what? Investigative mentality in identifying the reasons of what? Frauds and misappropriation took place in the corporate concern. The difference is very simple. वहां पे अपन क्या करते? We pick up the spots of blood, we pick up the hair and all in the normal criminal side पे, murder side में. Here you are picking up the red flags. You're picking up the which flags? Red flags. कि where is the loophole? Where this person might have started doing a fraud and how he ended up processing this fraud without coming into the eyes of the management, or how management did the fraud if the management is used in that fraud. Did you get the point? So there we catch the evidences, here we catch the red flags. Next point, forensic auditing is also known as forensic accounting, is also known as what? Forensic investigation. Fraud auditing, it is all about freezing the fraud and ethical lapses identified if there is any suspected misappropriation is there in the what? Business concern. आपको करना क्या है? The reporting authority who is hiring you as a which auditor? Forensic audit. You just have to tell them that, sir, this is the area where your fraud has started and this is a person who has done it. This is the amount involved and this is how the process it has happened by. Are you getting the point? So here, that's the reason actually forensic audit nowadays becoming very popular, because there are very few people in India who are very much efficient in which audit, or that's why their remuneration is very high. Almost 2.5 CR to 3 CR remuneration chala jata per assignment. So what do you think? Per day? 2.5. देखो, it's still very less actually. You go for the income tax tipping. आपको 10% मिलता है. You know that if you'll go for income tax tipping framework में, you get what? 10% of the amount which you have helped the income tax department in recovery. यहाँ पे तो still your average is India में you are getting in rupees, sir. Foreign में forensic audit under AICPA is the best profession. Millions of dollars मिलते हैं. That whatever the scam you have observed and you have told, and if you are able to find out right from the beginning to end, you get 5 to 8% of the scammed amount. Had it been the IFLS का scam मालूम है 2019? IFLS का scam 94,000 crores, उसका 10% लगा के देखो. फिर are you getting the point or not? Because you are helping the government in finding out what? ILFS. Have you not heard of this scam? 2019 में हुआ था. Doubt. Tell me, sir. Where? Which? हाँ, tipping. अरे see, if your neighbor is having a cash ना, do one thing. Simply make a tip and let them know. If they will do the raid and they will come to know and they will catch the amount, they will pay you 10% of what is being caught. How much income you have? Take my number after the class, don't worry. That is chargeable now. That consultation is not free. Marathon is giving you free of cost now. That much you can digest. But वो थोड़ा professional work में आए थे. You can take my card and ask me later on. That you want to avoid, you want to evade the tax or avoid the tax? Evade ना. कितना కొంచెమే పెద్ద क्योंकि that will be depending upon your scale how much you want to evade. ठीक है ना? Meet me after the class. It's good ना बैठे बैठे क्लास में business मिल गया और क्या चाहिए. Okay, next one. What is the difference between financial accounting, financial audit, and which audit? Forensic audit. What is the first one? Is objective. Objective is to express an opinion on truthiness and fairness of financial statement. Here the objective is whether the fraud has taken place in the books of accounts or not. Techniques. यहाँ पे अपनी दो ही टेक्निक होती है, compliance and what? Substantive. यहाँ पे compliance होता ही नहीं है क्योंकि because of poor compliances of the entity only fraud has happened. Directly two techniques, substantive and what? Investigative and with checking? Detail checking. Achha, please tell me where persuasive evidence and where conclusive evidence. I'm not using the word pervasive. I'm saying persuasive. Financial audit is completely based on persuasive evidence, which management tells. Here management has done the fraud, therefore you can't be dependent upon the evidences provided by them. You have to adopt a which evidence? Conclusive evidence. Next one. What is the period? Generally limited to a financial year, but there is no time period to conduct a which audit? Forensic audit. Next one. For vouching and verification, we rely on which evidence? Management. That is called PE. PE stands for what? Persuasive. But on the other side, you always be based upon conclusion. Off balance sheet items used to check arithmetical accuracy, but here you check regularity and propriety. अच्छा ये बताओ propriety meaning क्या होता है? What do you mean by the term called propriety? What do you mean by propriety checking and what do you mean by normal checking? Yes, propriety checking means you have to step into the shoes of others and you have to ensure that ki why didn't you think twice before spending this money? As simple as that. Matlab, don't treat that money as if it is your money. It is a money of a, think like an ordinary person. As simple as that. कि why did, देख बहुत सिंपल सी बात है. Let's say for example, मैंने उस दिन भी I think day one को भी तुम्हें यही example बताई थी कि if the flight ticket is there and 35,000 and 3,500, would you like to spend for 1 hour flight 3,500 or 35,000? A normal human being also will say, even if you can afford it, but you would not like to go for a 1 hour flight to spend 35,000. तो वहां पे आता है propriety. If someone is financing me, then तो I'll definitely 35,000 business class. Am I correct or not? But if I'm spending my own money, 3,500. So that is what? Think like a which person? Ordinary person. उसे बोलते propriety of the transaction. You have to check that कि expenditure should not be more than the occasion demands. Next point is adverse findings. What do you do when you find out the adverse findings in financial audit? या तो qualified or adverse or maximum what? Disclaimer. What do you do here? Legal determination of the fraud impact, identification and preparators depending upon what? So when you find any scam in the forensic audit, ensure that you have to get ready for the which proceedings? Legal proceedings. Am I correct? Forensic auditor is the one who does have the following features or following ideas. What is the first thing you do? Analyze the situation, interpret the situation, summarize it, and present the complex financial and business issues. And generally retained by whom? Lawyers. अच्छा मेरे को ये बता दो what are the areas where the forensic auditors are now being used? ये ना बहुत confusing point है actually. Let me tell you one thing. Most of the people like this. They write this answer. Nowadays, forensic auditors are nowadays accompanying whom? Lawyers. Also accompanying whom? Police force. What kind of work a chartered accountant who is a forensic auditor will be associated with police? तुम्हें corporate scam में police does not involve or does involve? Does involve. Are you getting enough? What kind of work you will have been doing with the lawyers? क्योंकि lawyers can't understand the things by the way you can understand it. You are an expert in finances, that's why they need a help of what? Forensic experts. And what is the kind of knowledge you will be sharing with the banks and insurance companies? Why forensic auditors are very much required in banks and insurance industries? देखो जैसे मान लो इंश्योरेंस है, अब आई एम LIC कंपनी, समवन हैज क्लेम्ड द इंश्योरेंस ऑफ 400 crores. They are saying that my factory got a fire and all this thing, 400 crores worth of inventory has been burnt and please give us the claim. अब तुम्हें क्या लगता है LIC will get the claim of 400 crore rupees just like that? No, they will send a which auditor? Forensic auditor. Go there and check. As of, let's say for example, I am a forensic auditor. I was checking their burnt stock. I came to know that the scrap can itself realize 80 crores to them. It's partially burnt. The scrap can realize how much? 80 crores. It means how much is the claim insurance company will now allow? 400 crores or 320 crores? 320 crores. Did I help the insurance company in saving 80 crores? That is where the work of which auditor comes? Forensic auditor. And you are also very much popular in the governments also, as well as you are going to enter into what? Courts as a what? Expert witness. Am I correct? So where are your areas where you are being used nowadays? What are the places where you are being used with other professionals? Lawyers, police force, banks, insurance sector, governments and courts. Forensic auditor is often involved in these four things. What are the first thing, everyone? Fraud detection. How do you do the fraud detection? Investigating and analyzing the evidence, detecting financial frauds and tracing what? Measure. What do you mean by tracing? Finding the origin and reaching towards the end. उसे बोलते हैं which detection? Fraud detection. These are the roles of forensic audit. What is the role number 2? Computer forensics. आजकल तो तुम्हें पता ही है कि data theft is one of the biggest problem. अब how the attorneys of the US came to know that कि Facebook, Google, everyone is stealing your data. अभी जब हम लोग ऐप डाउनलोड करते हैं, when we download the word apps, do we give yes, allow? That is the biggest mistake we do actually. It means you are letting them to access your contacts, your messages, your calls and everything. Anywhere combination, permutations they will do and your data leak will happen. उसे बोलते हैं computer forensics. Which forensics? Computer forensics. What is the next one? Fraud prevention. So you are not only being hired for fraud detection, you sometimes being hired for what? Fraud prevention. मतलब when the company came to know that I can smell some scam and scandal is going to happen, but I don't want it to happen, you can hire the forensic auditor who will let you before. Like prevention is better than cure. So you can hire a forensic auditor in that case also. In this case, what he will do? Either he will review the internal controls to verify their what? Adequacy. अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ, what are the major reasons of frauds and errors? What can be the possible reason? A good ICS or a poor ICS? Poor ICS. Or providing consultation in development and implementation of a which control system? Internal control framework to be aligned according to the which profile? Risk profile. Acha, I went to a bank. Bank said that ki sir, we think that ki scam and scandal may happen in our locker services. तो मैंने उनका locker services check किया. I checked that their safe gate is quite made up of thin iron and steel. And on the lockers, they are very much made up of very poor kind of material of what? Iron. What is the suggestion you can give it to the bank in this case? सर ये अपने internal control system को replace करो. Are you getting the point? Instead of this much of iron and steel, make a heavy gate and all the lockers should be changed. Simple सी बात है. So that is called fraud detection or fraud prevention. So what are the three roles forensic auditor plays? Fraud detection, then computer forensics, fraud prevention. And what is the next one? Providing expert testimony. Assisting in legal proceedings in testifying the court as in what? Expert witness and preparing visual aids to support what? Trial evidence. देखो क्या होता है, जैसे पुलिस के साथ you will work with the insurance, you will work with the bank, you will work with the lawyers, you will helping them and assisting them in preparing the good set of SAAEs which can be acceptable in the court as a proof of fraud. Are you getting the point? That is what you mean by testifying as an expert witness. What is the full form? So tell me, what are the four roles you can be hired for? You can be hired for fraud detection, fraud prevention, computer forensics, and testifier as a expert witness. Now, Their services are in great demands in the following areas. अब यहां पे मैं तुम्हें बोल रहा था कि कंफ्यूजन होती है. When this kind of question come ना, we generally write that answer. वो उसका हेडिंग क्या था? What are the places where the forensic auditors are retained? They are retained by whom? Lawyers, police, banks, insurance, courts. And this is the areas where your services are being very popular. What is the area number one? Professional negligence cases. Area number two, fraud investigation, risk and control services. Area number three, क्या होता है arbitration services? Outside the court settlement, arbitrators and conciliators बोलते हैं उसे, right? And what is the next one? Dispute settlement. And what is this one? Settlement of which claims? Just now I give you the example of which claims? Insurance claims and what? Criminal investigation. So tell me, who hires you and where you are very popular? अब ये दोनों सेम क्वेश्चन है, डिफरेंट है, डिफरेंट. Who retains you with themselves? Lawyers, police, insurance, banking industry, courts. And what are the areas where you are very popular? Your services are very popular. Arbitrary services, fraud investigations, criminal investigations, and what? Dispute settlement, settlement of what? Insurance claims, and professional negligence cases. What are the services rendered by the forensic auditors? Crafting questions to be what? Posed. Sometimes you are not being hired to detect the fraud. Sometimes they need your help to detect the fraud. So say for example, management does not want the person called scammer to know that we have hired a forensic auditor. So they may simply hire you to make the list of what? Question is, what should I ask to my what? Scammer. This is say for example, I know that she is doing a fraud, but I don't want her to know that I hired a whom? Forensic auditor. So I can hire a forensic auditor outside to tell him to let me know the list of questions which I can pose to her, so that I will come to know that whether she is involved in the scam and scandal or not. Read the point number 2. Responding to what? Questions points. Next one. Identifying documents to be what? Requested and summoned. So matlab, I don't know what to ask her. Which document should I ask her? What should I summon her? So you can help as a forensic auditor to the management what you can summon and what you can ask. What is the fourth rule, everyone? Identifying reasons to the most knowledgeable of the facts, then conducting the relevant what? Research, identifying and preserving the which evidence? Key evidence, evaluating produced documentation and information for what? Completeness. Whatever the information I got from her, I don't know what information she has given to me. I may give it and hand over it to whom? Forensic auditor. Forensic auditor will help me in evaluating the things. Next point, analyzing the produced records and other relevant facts, identifying the alternative means to obtain the key facts and information. Suppose the suggestion which I gave you didn't work out well. So I may help you out in which alternatives? Other alternative method how to get an information in a better manner. Next one, providing questions to be answered and cross examination of facts and which what? Expert will. So 4-5 इसमें से remember कर लेना. What are the 4-5 roles you will play? Helping the manager in posing the questions, helping the manager in understanding the responses, helping the management in getting the evidences, helping the management in summoning for the facts, helping the management in giving the alternatives, and evaluating the documentation already what? Collected. 4-5 points, you just remember whatever you are comfortable with. Okay? But don't mix one question with what? Another. Who can retain you? And what are the areas we are very popular? Professional negligence cases, arbitrary services, settlement services, insurance settlement services, all those places. ठीक है? तो keep these 2 points separate from each other. Next one, forensic auditor में क्या क्या skill set होना चाहिए and what should be the features or qualities you should have. Point number 1, you should have a quality of what? Out of the box thinking. So put a box, keep your head out and think. Yeah, out of the box thinking what? Don't think like a normal person. Start thinking from the where other stops thinking. Am I correct? That is called out of the box thinking. What is the second one? Curiosity. Everywhere you should find, I should know this. I should know this. वो होते ना gossiping ladies. They would like to know more and more deep conversations. So you should be curious in nature. Next one is what? Persistence. What is persistence? What is it? क्या होता है परसिस्टेंस? देखना एक बार गूगल करके, मैं भूल गया इसका मीनिंग, गूगल करना। परसिस्टेंस, आई थिंक परसिस्टेंस का मतलब होता होगा कंसाइजनेस एंड प्रिसाइजनेस, टू द पॉइंट, कंटिन्यूअस। ओके ओके ओके, मतलब यू शुड बी रिजिड, determination, determined. Persistence means what? If people are telling you are still what? Wrong, try to continue the same thing what you are doing. So don't get affected by the others' opinion. Then detail oriented means what? Oh, keen observations. Yes. Inquisitive means what? That is the substitute of this word actually. Inquisitiveness means what? Curious to know the new things. Next one, you should be what? Creative. मतलब creative means you should know how to draft the balance sheet from balance to first, vice versa. Creative, anything. Next one is what? Discretion, and then skepticism तो अपने को पता ही है. Have what? Confidence and sound professional judgment. 7, 8, whatever you think that are favorite to you, you just keep it in your mind. What are the skill sets you should have? Point number 1. Compliance of procedures, standards and methodologies. So you should know your own pets. Am I correct? Second thing, accounting and business reporting systems, information technology, क्योंकि you may be hired for computer forensics as well. Then what? Data. ये क्या होता है data analytics? You should know how to get the meaningful information out of the data. जैसे mining करना. Yes. From the raw to convert it into information. That is called data analytics. Criminology. मतलब understand how criminal will do the crime. So step into the shoes of whom? Right or not? Next one, legal frameworks. You should know that what may affect you, means you should know your boundaries, what you can and what you can't cross. Next one, investigative technology. Actually ये light बहुत गिर रही है. Investigative technology. Next one is what? Evidence gathering. Network of what? Professional contact. Remember अगर आप forensic auditor हो ना, alone तो you can't identify the scam and scandals. You need so many experts from the different fields. To make sure that your network should be strong. You should have a good contact of lawyers in your phone. Should have the good contacts of policemen. You should have the good contacts of bankers, because you never know what kind of help. It's like a private detection only. Private detectives hote na, they have the so much of network, khabris. So you should have so much of huge network of different people from the different fields. And what is the next one? Example, you should have the contacts in enforcement, law, industry, peers and regulatory body. IT department में 3-4 लोग होने चाहिए. GST में 4-5 people you should have, to whom you know कि in case the need arises they should be ready to help you out. Sir ये record निकालना है, can you please help me in that? तो previous record they should be helping you in retrieving. This kind of networking you should have. So tell me, what is the difference you found in both the questions? The left side is talking about your qualities and the right side is talking about your what? Skill set. Next one, what is the process of doing the forensic audit? Read the step number 1. Initialization. कैसे initialize करोगे? It is important to have the clarity. There is no scope of what? Doubts. It's not like an audit कि you don't have a clarity, later on you will ask the TCWG and clarify it, because TCWG is the one who has done the fraud. Here you will not get the clarity from the one who is involved in it. So have a clarity in the beginning, because there is no scope of what? Doubts. Point number 2, must know the real purpose and utility of what? Assignment. तुम्हें पता होना चाहिए कि what you have been hired for, fraud prevention or fraud detection. Next one, before obtaining client's knowledge of the business and fact. मतलब AKOCB, acquiring the knowledge of client's business. So tell me the 3 steps in step number 1. Have 100% clarity, no scope of doubts. You should know the purpose for which you are being hired for and what is the nature of your assignment. And most importantly, acquire the knowledge of whose business? Client's business. Then develop a what? Plan, like we do in audit. Initial meeting with whom? Client. Try to understand the client first, then do the initial investigation. Oral, asking 7-10 questions to them to understand whether he is going to be cooperative or not in the future. Next one, taking information and deciding your what? सर जैसे हम लोग करते हैं TOC TOD. Please tell me if the TOC में client is ready to give me all the controls का access. Do I need to go for more substantive or less substantive? Less. So say for example, by having the initial meeting with the client only, you came to know that bloody he is not going to be helpful to me. What you will do? You will be more detective in nature or less detective? More. You will choose your methods accordingly. So what is the first step? Initialization. What is the second step? Planning. Now third what? Obtain what? Relevant evidence. Depending upon case to case, location of what? Documents. Economic information. Economic information must be alert to what? Document. What do you mean by must be alert to documents? Will you accept what they are giving? Or you just देखो क्या होता है कि if you think that कि little bit of doubt is also coming ना, then instead of persuasive evidence, immediately turn yourself to what? Conclusive. Don't accept whatever they are giving. Be alert to the documentation they are giving to you. Next one, evidence may get what? Falsifies, damaged and destroyed. So it's better that safe custody is your responsibility. Are you getting the point? That is also one of the service providing you can do. Retention of evidences. Next one, identifying the what? Fraudster. Scheme of what? Fraud. How he did the fraud. And next one, amount involved. You have to collect the evidence relating to all. Tell me the three stages. इनिशियलाइजेशन में क्या किया हमने AKOCB किया क्लैरिटी होनी चाहिए नो डाउट एंड यू शुड नो द पर्पस एंड यू शुड नो द नेचर ऑफ योर असाइनमेंट सेकंड क्या किया प्लान initial meetings with the client deciding your methodologies whether he'll be helpful or not third mein obtaining evidences relating to documentation informations explanations who is the fraudster what was the scheme he adopted right or not evidence is falsified or not and last but not the least amount involved अब finally क्या है once you collected the document come to your office and perform what analysis का मतलब क्या है calculating the which damage economic damage summarize the large number of what transaction performing the tracing of what assets and performing the which value वो एफएम में चैप्टर था ना तुम्हारा कैपिटल बजटिंग वाला पीवी फैक्टर्स के साथ मल्टीप्लाई करते हैं कैलकुलेशन यूजिंग द विच रेट्स डिस्काउंट रेट्स परफॉर्मिंग रिग्रेशन एंड व्हाट सेंसिटिव एनालिसिस तुम्हारा ये ओआर होता है ये पूरा ओआर बोलते हैं ओआर एंड एफएम operational research and financial management. After that, next one, utilizing computer applications such as what? Spreadsheets and utilizing charts and graphs to explain what? Analysis. This is called perform what? Analysis. And finally, step number 6, reporting. Such reporting includes information determined the fraud activity. Shall discuss now the fraudster's step up of scheme and controls required to prevent it. Go to the management. Tell them that he was a fraudster. This is the amount of fraud he has done. This is the scheme he has used. These are my recommendations to improvise the same in the future. And finally, what is the final? ये हमेशा end product है. Case has been filed and yes, your advocate of the company has already told you कि boss, you were a forensic auditor. You may be called by the court to witness to come in the court as a what? Witness. उसी को हम लोग बोलते हैं testifying as a which witness? Expert. क्योंकि who will be the better person to explain the court how this financial fraud has happened? Is the lawyer or is the forensic auditor? Tell me the 6 steps of doing the forensic audit. Easy लग रहा है अभी चैप्टर? Easy है? एक बार रिवाइज हो गया? Tell me the 6 steps. हमने इनिशियलाइजेशन किया क्लैरिटी होनी चाहिए सेकंड इनिशियल मीटिंग्स किया प्लानिंग स्टेज पे देन वी डिड द एग्जीक्यूशन ऑब्टेनिंग द एविडेंसेस फिर हमने फोर्थ में क्या किया एनालिसिस फिफ्थ में क्या किया रिपोर्ट और सिक्स में क्या किया कोर्ट प्रोसीडिंग में एज एन एक्सपर्ट विटनेस राइट नेक्स्ट वन व्हाट आर द टेक्निक्स का आई विल सजेस्ट दैट कि दिस विल अननेसेसरली मैं तुम्हें इसमें टेक्निक्स में कोई मेन क्वेश्चन बता देता हूं डेटा एनालिटिक्स इज द टेक्निक which nowadays being followed actually there are so many written so first technique is called analytical technique second one is called general audit third one statistical mathematical techniques and then one is what टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड देन कार्ड तो पता ही होगा तुम्हें कंप्यूटर असिस्टेड ऑडिट टेक्निक जीएस क्या है जनरलाइज ऑडिट सॉफ्टवेयर जैसे एसीएल एंड आइडिया हैव यू हर्ड ऑफ आइडिया और स्नैपशॉट और रेड और स्काफ कभी सुना है इनके बारे में अब जैसे से फॉर एग्जांपल द एवरीथिंग इज इन दिस कंप्यूटर एम आई करेक्ट नो इट्स नॉट दैट कि आई विल ओपन द कंप्यूटर एंड विल सी द फ्रॉड Is it possible to see the fraud? अब कैसे करूं? How will I come to know that कि there is a fraud happened in this software? उसे बोलते हैं snapshot software. Which software? Snapshot. What will I do? I will take the access to this software and will put one dummy entry in this. Right or not? If my dummy entry is getting processed fairly according to my expectation, it means this particular software is free of frauds and errors. Otherwise, if it is not coming as per my what? Expectations. अब पता कैसे चलेगा not coming? Once I will insert the dummy entry, it will get processed like a original entry and it will come out as an what? Output. I'll put that output in my software called what? Snapshot. Once the my application will run on that output, it will immediately generate me a message on the screen, error. And if the error message is coming, what will happen? It means there is a manipulation in the software. Company has done some manipulation. They hired some software programmer to do some manipulations. Are you getting the point? So it's very simple, sir. Accounting is getting electronic. So our audit also has to go to another. So they are automated. We are also nowadays what? Automated. उसे बोलते हैं these kind of softwares called ADL, IDEA, Snapshot, RAID. अब RAID software का example सुनो. अब RAID software क्या होता है? RAID software is a software unless and until you do not delete the same transaction from your computer for 25 times, I can still detect it. You raise everything, cache, you do the temp file, कुछ भी कर दो. You empty the recycle bin, delete the transaction from your software. Unless you don't delete the same transaction for how many times? 25 times. It can never be deleted. And that is what the work of the with software. RAID software. ये सारे tools कौन use करता है? Forensic auditor. And what is CST? CST stands for what? Common Software Tools. PANA Audit, CST, Spreadsheets, ADL, IDEA, Snapshot, SCARF, RAID. All these are the examples of what? Forensic tools. Next one is, what do you mean by data mining? You please tell me. If I have to ask you, explain data mining. इसके ऊपर 3 mark का क्वेश्चन आया था तुम्हारा May 22 में. Direct question. Data mining के ऊपर. Explain data mining as a forensic tool. Conversion of data into information. इसके 8 steps बताओ. Second, data is collected. Third, you need to collect the data first. Fourth, process the data. Then wait for the process. Sixth, process is done. Seventh, the output will come. Analyze the output, report. हो गया 8 steps. करेक्ट है, ऐसे ही होता है. तो पहले क्या होता है? फर्स्ट स्टेप वाज करेक्ट. कलेक्ट द डेटा, set a criteria. Set a what? Criteria. Apply your technique. Then take out the extraction of the data. After the extraction of the data, check its accuracy and completeness. Then after fifth, the criteria which you have set up in the second step, उसके साथ से match करो with the budgets and with the standards. And seventh में you will get some results, either positive or negative. Eighth में report. This is called data mining technique. तो डेटा माइनिंग बेसिकली होता क्या है? इसे डेटा माइनिंग भी बोलते हैं, एंड इट इज ऑल्सो नोन एज व्हाट? डेटा एनालिटिक्स. मींस व्हाट? गेटिंग द मीनिंगफुल इंफॉर्मेशन फ्रॉम द रॉ डेटा इज नोन एज व्हाट? सर, इट्स अ वेरी सिंपल थिंग. ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड. गोल्ड माइन में भी व्हाट यू डिग इज नॉट गोल्ड. आउट ऑफ व्हाट यू डू द डिग, you just get these pieces of golds, minor particles of the gold. Am I correct or not? So it means, what is meaningful thing for this whole gold mine? Is the whole gold mine or the gold out of it? तो हमारे लिए वही information है. For me, data does not matter. For me, information matters. That's why it is called data mining instead of gold mining. Am I correct? Next point is what? Forensic audit report. How your forensic audit report should be. Point number 1, clear thinking. Do not use such kind of language in your audit report which may put the other person in guessing situation. You should have a clear thought process when you're drafting this report. Read this point. To whom it is addressed, purpose and aim, cool and calm thinking, and pattern of what? Presentation. What is the second point? Keep the reader as a what? अच्छा, मेरे को ये बताओ, when you look at a faculty, what is your expectation from the faculty? Should he teach you? Should you? देखो, communication का एक बहुत बड़ा rule है. Communication should never be from sender's point of view. It should always be from what? Receiver's point of view. I should know that what you are looking. इसलिए मैंने तुम्हें choice भी दिया था. मैंने कहा what you want to tell, क्योंकि क्या होता है, जब मैं अगर मैं प्री डिटरमाइन अगर मैं लगा के आऊंगा दिमाग में, आई वॉन्ट टू टीच दिस, ऑब्वियसली यू कांट क्वेश्चन मी, right or no, but at the end of the day you will have some deficiencies relating to me, you will have some mindset about, अरे यार रोहित सर ने ये कवर नहीं किया, वो नहीं किया, वो नहीं किया, वो नहीं किया. Are you getting the point? ये आता है. तो इट्स का कभी भी याद रखना, the difference between the speaker and a good speaker is the one who will always think from the which point of view? Listener's point of view. Same is the case with the here. I know that what I've done in forensic audit, but I have to keep it in my mind that when I'm drafting a report, I should draft the report from the whose point of view? Reader's point of view. What he wants to know. Are you getting the point? I know what I've done, but I should know what you want to know as a what? Reader. To read this point, keep the reader as a upmost in mind. Use less technical language. What do you mean by that? Jargons should be reduced. I know what is the meaning of pervasive. You know what is the meaning of pervasive. But if I use this word, some people may misunderstand it as persuasive. You know, na, two words are different. Persuasive is different word. Pervasive is different. Persuasive means something called influential evidence. That is called what? Persuasive, which management provides you. Pervasive means what? Which affects whose judgment? Auditor. You never know, na, other person may understand your intention or not. So make a less use of which language? Technical language. Keep it as simple as it. And visualize it from whose point of view? That is a quality number you should have in your report. What is the third thing? Have a which approach? That is why they have hired you. Simple सी बात है. Why they are hiring the forensic auditor? To let them know fraud and error has happened in a biased way or unbiased way. देखो इसीलिए आपको फीस भी बहुत ज्यादा दी जाती है, सो दैट यू विल नॉट गेट इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय द पर्सन हु हैज डन अ स्कैम. वो बोल रहा है कि भाई स्कैम मत बोल, आई विल गिव यू 10 crores आउट ऑफ इट. So you are already getting that much of fees. You don't get influenced by these kind of monetary things. So tell me the three things you have to keep it in mind while drafting your forensic audit report. Make sure that reader should be your uppermost priority. Second, be clear in your approach. Your aim, your clear, your language, everything should be clear. Third, should be which approach? Unbiased approach. Fourth one, what? Impact of what? Report. Facts and figures based on conclusions only to be provided. What will be the probable reaction of what? Reporting. Matlab, do not exaggerate your report. Just simply include what? Facts and figures, which will let you know whether the fraud has happened or not. Tell me the four things again. Clarity, reader's point of view, unbiased approach, and purely based upon facts and figures. Impact reporting. Next one, main factors to be considered in written reports. Point number one, nature of what? Business. Point number two, मतलब ये तुम्हारी रिपोर्ट का कंटेंट है. What is the nature of business you have done the forensic audit for? What is the nature of your subject? For whom the report is what? Intended. Purpose of report. Management's attitudes and directives and needs, and forensic auditors' approaches and caliber and extent of details required by M&A, मतलब merger and acquisition, management and auditor. Are you getting the point? ये सारी चीजें होनी चाहिए. And this is your content of your forensic audit report. What is the content? How it should start with? Executive summary, risk analysis, audit process you have followed, evidence of the risk events, audit recommendations, and governance on those recommendation implementation. Acha, again, what is the conclusion you found in this topic? Are you a fault finding machine again? Or fault finding plus recommendary? प्लस recommendary. तुम्हें दोनों चीजें आनी चाहिए. You should tell them that fraud has happened, and at the same point of time you should tell them how to avoid this by improvising your ICS, internal control system. बताओ सर, forensic audit went inside your head 100% superbly. कोई डाउट है तो बोलो. पक्का. अब क्या करना है? इनफ? क्या हो गया सर? ये ले लो. हेलो, आ जाओ आ जाओ. अरे इट्स ओके, इट्स ओके. पानी तो पीना है. इट्स ओके. चाहिए? अच्छा हाँ, खड़े हो. देखो, अगर नेचर्स कॉल है तो चले जाओ, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. पानी पीना है तो पानी जितना मर्जी लो सर. सेवा ही है. इट्स अ पुण्य का काम. शेयर द वाटर विद समबडी. Pay 20 rupees while leaving. मजाक कर रहा हूँ, डोंट पे। व्हाट सर? आई नो सर, आई एम टू गुड, थैंक यू, बट यू वुड नीड वाटर। यू सेड समथिंग ना, ब्रेक चाहिए। You will calm down for sometimes and you can come. अच्छा वो एक्स्ट्रा, मतलब extra curricular activities you have to do during your examination that you want. Okay, presentation skills and all those things. What to ABC analysis? Should I make you write ABC? लिखवा दूं एक, the A category chapters, B category and C category. हाँ लिखेंगे, चलो take out your notebook. You will get some break also. Writing is a break only, na? You don't have to use your unused brain. You just write it what I'm telling you. Don't ask me why. Just write. You don't have to process the information as well, right? Okay. Your break time starts. Start writing. हाँ तो break ही तो है. Writing itself is a break, अम्मा. Make A category. Put the A category. पहले मैं तुम्हें standards का लिखवा देता हूँ and chapters का अलग से. I will not mix it. Standards का पहले लिखवा देता हूँ A category. A category में 500, 600, 700 series. Nothing to be left. ये 20 स्टैंडर्ड शुड बी ऑन योर फिंगर टिप्स, क्योंकि ये हमने करे भी हैं पूरे 500, 600, 700 सीरीज, along with that 240, along with that 240, 315. दिस इज योर ए कैटेगरी. क्योंकि 500 सीरीज में यू कांट से दैट सर आई डोंट थिंक सो दैट 501 विल नॉट कम. You don't have any choice in these three series. These three series, and I'm not telling you from your only examination point of view. Future में आपको सबसे ज्यादा यही सीरीज काम आती है. 500, 600 and 7, along with the 240 and 315. Category B, 400 series. 400 series, 330, 299, 250. And remaining all comes under what? C category. These standards को आप एक काम करना, just एक बार go through कर लेना wherever you will find any summary. क्योंकि टेलीग्राम इधर उधर so many sources are available. Just pick someone's summary and go through it. Am I correct? Okay, come to the chapter side now. Priority number one, definitely peer review this time. Peer review, Caro. Peer review, Caro. NBFC, स्मॉल कंपनी क्या आएगा अम्मा, कारो में ही कवर हो जाएगा वो तो. पीयर रिव्यू, कारो, एनबीएफसी, प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स, नोक्लार. नोक्लार में 100% क्वेश्चन. 2 times they have included and 1 time they have excluded. Again they re-included this time. So Noklar में they are going to definitely ask you. And you know the main provision na? In as per the ICAI code, Noklar is applicable to which members in practice? Listed companies whose net worth is 250 crores or more. And for the members in service, only those who are working in the senior position of KMP, senior professional accountants in the company. Did you get the point? समझ में आ गया? तो क्या क्या लिखा हमने ए में? अच्छा, रिस्क असेसमेंट इंटरनल कंट्रोल चैप्टर इज आल्सो इन ए, बट वी हैव ऑलरेडी एडेड 315 इन ए, तो नो नीड. फिर भी लिख लो अगर लिखना है तो. रिस्क असेसमेंट एंड इंटरनल कंट्रोल ये हमेशा ए कैटेगरी में ही रहता है. ऑटोमेटेड ए, वन क्वेश्चन हैज टू कम ऑन ऑटोमेटेड. फिर आपको प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स तो है ही है. नोक्लर यू हैव रिटन है, नोक्लर एंड पीई बोथ. ओनली नोक्लर अलग से, पीई को पूरा लिख लो, पीई को. प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स, क्योंकि ये डेफिनेटली गोइंग टू कम फॉर 16 मार्क्स, ये तो श्योर है. फिर आपका हो गया ये ए कैटेगरी. ए कैटेगरी में, ए कैटेगरी में, ए कैटेगरी में और क्या लिख सकते हैं? ऑडिट कमेटी, कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस. ऑडिट कमेटी, कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस. अब बी कैटेगरी में लिखो CFS, QR, PSU. CFS, QR, क्वालिटी रिव्यू, PSU, प्लानिंग एंड एग्जीक्यूशन एंड स्ट्रेटेजी वाला चैप्टर. लाइबिलिटीज ऑफ एन ऑडिटर एंड कंपनी ऑडिट. एंड कंपनी ऑडिट. रिमेनिंग ऑल आर इन व्हाट? सी कैटेगरी बचा ही नहीं मेरे ख्याल से कोई। व्हाट एल्स? अरे नहीं सॉरी, हाँ बी कैटेगरी में बैंक ऑडिट लिखो भाई। बी कैटेगरी में बैंक ऑडिट, फिस्कल, सब कुछ ही आ जाएगा तो पेपर 300 मार्क का नहीं हो जाएगा? फिस्कल को आप ए कैटेगरी में ही लिखो, बी में भी मत लिखो, राइट इट इन ए। क्योंकि यू नो दैट मैंडेटरी 6 मार्क्स आर गोइंग टू कम, 2 मार्क्स इन एमसीक्यूज, 4 मार्क का क्वेश्चन या 5 मार्क का क्वेश्चन, 6 to 7 इट डिजर्व्स। ड्यू डिलीजेंस फोरेंसिक ऑडिट बी में ही लिख लो, आ ही जाता है, यू नेवर नो। कई बार ये ऑटोमेटेड को मोर प्रेफरेंस दे देते हैं इंस्टेड ऑफ व्हाट, फोरेंसिक। एंड सीएफएस, वो तो कहीं पे भी लिख लो आ जाएगा, छोटा सा चैप्टर है वो तो। इंश्योरेंस, मैं तो बोलता हूँ कि इंश्योरेंस का ना स्पेशली मैं तुम्हें एक एडवाइस देता हूँ, इंश्योरेंस का सिर्फ और सिर्फ लिमिट्स बढ़ के चले जाओ, ओनली गो विद द लिमिट्स। वो मिनिमम कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट, सॉल्वेंसी मार्जिन, वो लैप्स ऑफ द पॉलिसी, ये जो मेन कोर कोर चैप्टर है ना, कोर कोर टॉपिक्स है छोटे से, कि 15 days ये वो, ऑडिट ऑफ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम्ड एंड ऑल दोज थिंग्स विल नेवर कम इन द एग्जामिनेशन। मेजॉरिटी री इंश्योरेंस का कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, इफ यू आर इनटू री इंश्योरेंस बिजनेस एंड नॉर्मल इंश्योरेंस बिजनेस, सॉल्वेंसी मार्जिन योर should be always be 50% over and above the difference between assets and liabilities, वो वाला टॉपिक। एंड इंश्योरेंस में वन टॉपिक इज रिलेटिंग टू दैट वन, पॉलिसी लैप्सेस, पॉलिसी के रिलेटेड जो लैप्स पीरियड होता है ना, दैट एंड एक्चुरियल हेल्प इन द इंश्योरेंस। ये लिमिटेड ना 4-5 पॉइंट्स है। आई हैव मेड एक्चुअली दिस समरी नोट्स ऑफ इंश्योरेंस सर, हार्डली आपको 18 पेजेस में खत्म हो जाएगा इंश्योरेंस। अरे मेरे हैंड राइटिंग के 18 पेजेस, आई डू सो मेनी ड्रामास, खत्म हो गया। दिस इज 1 पेज, आर यू गेटिंग द पॉइंट? इसको पढ़ के चले जाना बस एक बार, खत्म, पूरा इंश्योरेंस लिखा हुआ है कि व्हाट आर द थिंग्स यू नीड टू डू। फिर भी मैं तुम्हें एक काम करो, इंश्योरेंस का एक वो हेडिंग लिखो, इंश्योरेंस का मैं तुम्हें बता देता हूँ। लेट मी टेल यू व्हाट यू नीड टू डू इन इंश्योरेंस। एक ये वैल्यूएशन ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट लिख लो, वैल्यूएशन ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट इन केस ऑफ LIC, valuation of investment in case of LIC, contents of management report in case of LIC, contents of management report, क्योंकि contents of management report में this topic comes relating to solvency margin, contents of management report। फिर ये अपना ऑडिट तो पता ही है अपने को, सीलिंग लिमिट कर लो, यू कैन डू मैक्सिमम 3 इंश्योरेंस, either 2 life 1 general or 2 general 1 life, not more than that। ये आ गई कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट, 100 crores नॉन री इंश्योरेंस बिजनेसेस, 200 crores री इंश्योरेंस। ये बस लिमिट्स पढ़ के चले जाओ यार, बहुत है, बस है। सॉल्वेंसी मार्जिन हो गया, एंड सॉल्वेंसी मार्जिन पूरा टोटल टॉपिक है ये, दिस इज द टोटल टॉपिक ऑफ सॉल्वेंसी मार्जिन। अच्छा ये बताओ क्या होता है सॉल्वेंसी मार्जिन बाय द वे? IRDA tells you what, you should be solvent enough to always have your net assets 50% higher than your assets minus liability। जितनी तुम्हारी कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट है उसका 150% होना चाहिए। व्हाट इज द रीजन यू नीड टू बी ऑलवेज सिक्योर एज अ सॉल्वेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन? क्योंकि यू आर ब्लडी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी, सो मेनी पीपल विल आस्क द क्लेम फ्रॉम यू एट एनी पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम। व्हाट इफ द एनी कैटास्ट्रॉफ विल हैपन एंड सो मेनी लाइफ इंश्योरेंस पीपल विल claim you at that point of view, you cannot tell them na sorry boss I don't have the money, let your person die tomorrow, you can't tell ना। तो उसलिए आपके पास हमेशा के लिए you have to have a solvency margin, one thing। point number 2, if you are not maintaining it, IRDA will give you the second chance, try to maintain it in some period of time, again you are not listening, then IRDA will delist you and will cancel your what, license। That is what step 1, step 2, step 3। Are you getting the point? IRDA itself will apply to the MCA to wind up your company, क्योंकि they think that if you are not able to maintain solvency insurance margin, you are not capable of running the which business, insurance business, simple। फिर unexpired risk reserve short note, छोटे छोटे टॉपिक्स ही हैं ये। एक्चुअली ना, अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ, मैं तुम्हें एक टेक्निक बताता हूँ. हाउ यू विल डू द ऑडिट ऑफ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम्स रजिस्टर्ड एंड इंश्योरेंस क्लेम्स पेड. क्या चेक करोगे? आई एम नॉट आस्किंग द ऑडिट ऑफ प्रीमियम. आई एम आस्किंग हाउ यू विल चेक इट. देयर आर कॉमन पॉइंट्स विच यू ऑलवेज हैव टू रिमेंबर. फर्स्ट पॉइंट, हमेशा कुछ भी याद नहीं आ रहा ना, इफ यू आर कंप्लीटली ब्लैंक, वन पॉइंट ऑन ICS. व्हाट इज द वन पॉइंट? Internal control system, right or not? When it was booked as a claim, when the company disbursed it, what is the date of disbursement? What is the mode of what? Disbursement. Are you getting the point? Then you will see that whether the insurance premium was regularly paid or not. Check whether it was lapsed one or not. जो भी मन में आता है लिख के आ जाना. Auditing paper में the biggest thing what you need to understand one thing, leaving the question unattended is the biggest sin. Papam. You should not. Whole question you saw. Inside one word only you remember. And you understood only one word. Remaining question is going answer to you. Write Ramayana on the same. Suppose internal audit का कोई question आ गया. But you are not able to understand what they are asking for. Write section 138. Talks about which auditor? Internal audit. Khatam. Something is better than nothing. But leaving the question is the biggest thing. You should not regret कि I did not attempt it. You never know. If 1.5 mark you got just by writing that also, so you know the difference between 39 and 40. Yeah, it can save you 6 months. So make sure these are the things. Rest, you tell me, what do you want me to tell you more? और बताओ क्या करना है? कौन सी सीरीज? ब्रेक चाहिए? अरे क्या करते हैं सर ब्रेक की? अब डायरेक्टली 8:30 को चले ही जाएंगे. ब्रेक क्या करना है? हाफ एन आवर लेफ्ट है. 5 मिनट्स में. अच्छा 5 मिनट्स ब्रेक में आने के बाद क्या करना है? हैव समथिंग इन माइंड. सर वी विल थिंक दैट इन ब्रेक what to do after coming from the break, and we may not come again because we think that that topic is not coming to our head. Automated. अच्छा करवा देंगे. और बस है. ओके टेक अ 10 minutes ऑफ ब्रेक. जल्दी आ जाओ. कम बैक. ऐसे तो मैं बोल रहा था इफ यू विल नॉट टेक अ ब्रेक वी कैन. सर पॉज इट ना वंस. Not this, sir. I gave you in general insurance. ठीक है. Now let's understand the audit in which environment, everyone? Automated environment. Automated environment audit is very simple, sir. It's just that ki now things are getting automated from the client's point of view. The same way our audit approach also should go what? Automated. Automated environment means what? Where the process and where the people and the technology meets together. That becomes a which environment? Automated environment. So when the people are doing the processing of their data with the help of what? Technology. That is called a which environment? Automated. So see this. Automated environment is what? It is an ecosystem that combines three things together. What are the three things together, everyone? People who are doing the processes with the help of what? Technology. When these three things merge together at one place, that is called which environment? Automated. Now say for example, I am making the use of this particular tab right now. Right now, whatever I am writing, it will be automatically get updated and backed up in somewhere. So I am a person, people using my what? Processes with the help of what? Technology. This is called automated environment. Okay? Because client is using automated environment in accounting, so it's high time that we should also shift our focus from manual audits to the which audit? Automated audit. Right? Now, see, there are so many softwares you know that which are available in the market which are used by the clients. Like there are some medium and large size softwares and there are softwares for the smaller size organizations. Like you will never find the big organizations using the tele software. What is the reason? Tele software is not meant for the large listed entities. For them, we have the softwares like this thing, just a SAP, Business One, Focus, ERP, BAN, Oracle. Are you getting a big softwares are available for the medium size organizations? You can have use of the softwares like what, Tele and QuickBooks. How many of you know how to operate Tele, by the way? सारा आता है, 100% complete. You know how to generate the reports also, MIS reports, everything. सब कुछ आता है ना उसमें से करना. So but you might not be seeing the Tele being used by the listed entities. List क्योंकि there is every software का कुछ एक zone होता है कि beyond that, when your bulk of transactions and variety of transactions are too huge, you have to shift from one software to another software, right? Now the question is, sir, कि automated environment चलता कैसे है? What are the things which are the components which put together makes an environment, a which environment? Automated. To have an automated environment, the most important thing which you should have in your environment is what? Databases. What is a database? क्योंकि nowadays, remember one thing, companies are doing so volume of transaction, the volume of transactions have went so bulky, so voluminous, that they need to buy the spaces on internet. जैसे let's say for example, what would I do is, whenever I record my classes and when the bunch of classes will get together and it is going beyond my capacity of storing in the physical media, तो what will I do? मैंने Google Drive पे 10 TB की space खरीदी हुई है. So for that I'm paying 2000 rupees per month to the Google Drive. So what will I do is I'll upload my data to where? That Google Drive. क्योंकि you never know about this physical data. The physical data means what? This is a machinery. Today working, tomorrow may not. But the cloud accounting में क्या good thing about the cloud computing is what? You can save your data in the cloud. Whenever you want, you can retrieve your data. Na? That is what do you mean by you can have an access whenever you want, wherever you want. Am I correct or not? That's why most of the things are always spread in what? Cloud way. तो उसे बोलते हैं making the use of database. So that is the first thing you need in the automated environment. What is the second thing? Operating environment. What do you mean by operating systems? Your like what is the operating system of your equipment on which you are using your automated environment? Like it might be Unix, it might be Linux, it can be Windows, it can be Mac, iOS. So operating system. What is the third one? Storage devices. Nowadays you make the use of hard disk and all those things. So what are the three things which put together makes a automated environment? Your databases, your operating systems, and your what? Storage devices. Next one is what? Network devices. What do you mean by network devices? जैसे ये modem है. Modem is a what? Network device. Internet which is running through that modem is known as what? Network. So you need both the things. You need network as well as what? Network device. Because this cannot run without this. So you need to run the internet connectivity. You need to have what? Network devices. And what is the fourth thing? What? Physical environment. You should have IT facilities. You should have CCTV cameras. You should have what? Temperature control, firefighting equipment. All that also comes under what? Physical. जैसे हम लोग बोलते हैं कि smoke detector machines. Sir, unpause कर दिया था. Did he unpause? Check it once. He does not know what I'm saying. Unpaused, huh? Okay. Now, please tell me what are the 6 things put together makes it an automated environment? Databases, networks, network devices, your operating systems, your physical environment as well as what? Storage devices. अच्छा ये बताओ, what do you mean by the concept of real-time environment? An automated environment and real-time environment में difference क्या होता है? When you start the transaction and the transaction gets done in a very less period of time, that is called online real-time environment. As simple as that, the best example for that is ATM withdrawal. You go to any ATM, suppose you have a SBI ATM, you are in Kashmir, which is your not a home location, and there is one Bank of Baroda ka ATM where you want to use your what? SBI ATM to withdraw the money. Is it possible? Yes. So when you withdraw and when you do the withdrawal transaction, do you immediately get a message? And can you get the mini statement as well? In the mini statement, your account will be updated. उसे हम लोग क्या बोलते हैं? Real time environment. What do we call it as? Online real time basis बोलते हैं उसे कि as and when you did the transaction, the processing time has been reduced to the lowest point of time. That is called online real time environment. Now see, a real time environment is a type of environment, automated environment, where the business operations and transactions are what? Initiated, processed, and what? Recorded immediately as they happen without any delay. अब आपको ऑन द स्पॉट चेक करना है कि यार कब पैसे कट हुए या नहीं. Again, sometimes the ATM does not deliver you the money, but you get a debit message. So you immediately want to check. Would you like to take out the mini statement or not? On the spot, about dedicatedly, it will be automatically updated. That is called real-time environment. Next point, real-time environment होने के लिए, these are the components you should have. What is the component number one? Application should be high-end application. You should have the word middleware. Middleware मतलब websites. Like अपने को जैसे ICICI बैंक है. अब ICICI बैंक operates on two basis. Like Windows basis. Mac iOS का different app है. And for the Android there is a different app. उसे बोलते हैं middleware. Next you need what? Internet connectivity. So do you think that automated machine, the teller machine होती है अपनी ATM, is that connected with internet? Yes, it has to be. उसके जो back में एक server होता है. There is a big server room behind every internet where the security guards and everything. You will find that on every ATM machine there has to be a backup server. Next point is what? Hardware. So what are the four things you need to complete a real-time environment transaction? You need an application, you need a middleware, and you need a network as well as hardware. Now, automated environment is also like our manual environment only. Please tell me manually अपन क्या करते हैं? First of all, planning, execution, reporting. In the manual audit, what do we do? Planning, execution, reporting. Here it is my automated planning, automated execution, automated reporting. As simple as that. Read the step number one. What is that step number one? Planning. Acha, do we also acquire the knowledge of the client's business? Do we also check the ROMM there? There we do manually, here we do in what? Automated way. For that, what you need to do? Identify the significant accounts and what? Disclosure. Obtain the knowledge on their qualitative and quantitative consideration. Relevant financial statement assertions. What are our assertions over there? अच्छा तुम्हें क्या लगता है कि when we prepare the trading P&L and balance sheet on the automated way, assertions will become different or assertions will remain same? Principles will remain same, procedures will remain same, everything will remain same. यहाँ पे भी हम लोग TOC करते हैं, but there I was doing the TOC on manual controls. Here I am doing the TOC on their automated controls. Everything will remain same. Next one, identify the likely sources of what? Misstatement and consider the risk arising from the use of IT. मेरे को बताएगा what kind of risks the IT poses to you? Information technology risks क्या होते हैं? Theft of data, hacking, am I correct? Misuse of the data, unauthorized access, am I correct or not? Change of master file. You being an owner has been thrown out of accessing your own data if it is being hacked. तो तुम्हें पता ही है आजकल कितने frauds होते हैं, scams and scandal, OTP scam, phishing mails, all those things. All these are nothing but the IT risk. हम लोग सबसे बड़ी बात है, why do we put the lock on our screen? सीधी सी बात है. And when you use the UPI apps also, in the UPI apps, to open the UPI app, there is one lock. To make the transaction, there is another code. You use it. That is nothing but our prevention from the data theft. Am I correct or not? Not giving the access when you put up an app. हमारा iPhone में एक option आता ना, don't allow the app to track. Disallow the app to track. Allow or denied ऐसा करके. So these are nothing but the called IT risks only. Right? So same thing in the planning, in the manual planning we'll do, like the same way we do the automated audit ka planning. What is the second stage? Execution. Execution mein what is the first thing? Understand and evaluate and test for what? तो इसका मतलब ये TOC है. What is TOC? Testing of control. But before testing you have to understand what? First, what kind of controls are placed. Point number one, document the understanding of business processes using flowcharts and what? Narrative. First go to the client and ask them. जैसे मैंने अभी तुम्हें ये बताया था P2P operation याद है? 17-18 points were there. Until unless you don't know how the client operates the P2P operations, will you be able to understand where to start your checking and where to end your checking? So first of all, document. What is the word written? Document. लिख के रखो. What? Understanding of what? Business processes using flowcharts and what? Narrative. Ask them the question. Whatever the replies they are giving, make a note of it. Document it. What is the second point? Prepare risk and control matrices. वो हम लोग permutation combinations लगाते हैं. Next one, understand the design of what? Controls by performing a what? Walkthrough of end-to-end process. What do you mean by understanding of the controls? Same example, वही P2B में, please tell me what happened when the reorder level quantity happened. J generated MRN, that is the second step. Goes to whom? Purchase. Purchase informs to accounts. Accounts invites what? Tenders. Tenders में best, selection, delivery, stock, production, FG, release of the check and payment. तो उसे बोलते हैं walk through test. What do we call it as? From one end to another end. पहले तो अंडरस्टैंड करो, डू द टेस्टिंग लेटर ऑन. तो अच्छा मेरे को ये बताओ, पहले हम इवैल्यूएशन करते हैं, टेस्टिंग करते हैं? फर्स्ट वी डू द इवैल्यूएशन, फर्स्ट वी अंडरस्टैंड इट एंड देन वी सी कि वेदर इट इज वर्किंग एज बीइंग सेड बाय टू मी और नॉट. उसे बोलते हैं टेस्टिंग. नेक्स्ट वन इज व्हाट? प्रोसेस वाइड कंसीडरेशंस फॉर व्हाट? एंटिटी लेवल कंट्रोल, सेग्रीगेशन ऑफ व्हाट? duties. Ensure that same point, proper division, right person for the right job, and multiple activities shall not be handled by the same person. And next one, make sure that you should have a good knowledge of their which controls. अच्छा ये बताओ, IT controls, application, general IT controls, application controls और IT dependent controls, तीनों में difference क्या होता है? What do you mean by general IT controls? What do you mean by application controls? And what do you mean by IT dependent controls? देखो बहुत सिंपल सी बात है, एक मोबाइल के एग्जांपल लेते हैं. टू ओपन अ मोबाइल, डू यू कीप अ फेस लॉक? दैट इज कॉल्ड जनरल आईटी कंट्रोल्स. टू ओपन एन एप्लीकेशन, डू यू कीप अ लॉक? दैट इज कॉल्ड व्हाट? एप्लीकेशन कंट्रोल्स. एंड टू मेक द पेमेंट ऑल्सो यू हैव सम लॉक. नाउ माय क्वेश्चन इज कि आई वांट टू प्रिंट दैट पेमेंट रिसिप्ट फ्रॉम द प्रिंटर. नाउ प्रिंटर इज कनेक्टेड विद अ कंप्यूटर, एम आई करेक्ट और नॉट? My please question का आंसर देना, whether printer automatically will print the thing you thought and it will print, or you have to give a command. That is called IT dependent control. Are you getting the point or not? So this is how the controls are being defined. What is the first control? General IT, then application controls, and that is called IT. It means this IT dependent control is dependent upon what? Application and general. Unless application में you will not give the print command, it will not. अच्छा, tell me one thing. Once you make the Google payment, automatically it shares the receipt to the person to whom you have made the payment, or you have a share option. Full technology है ना? You want to share, you will share it. Otherwise, automatic. That is called IT dependent control. So what are the three types of controls? IT, general IT controls, application controls, IT dependent controls. What is the next one, everyone? Now we have understood their controls. What is the next thing we have to do? Test for its what? Effectiveness. Decide your NTEs. What is NTE? Nature, time and extent of TOC. What is TOC? Testing of controls. Then assess the reliability of which data? And completeness of what? Population. ये हमारा आता है SAP में. What is SAP? Substantive Analytical. मैंने तुम्हें कल भी बताया था. What is the most important thing in analytical procedure? Availability of data. Reliability is based upon source. Same thing we are doing it here. So there is no difference between manual and automated. It is just that writing some technical words in your answer will create the difference between manual audit and automated. What is the third thing we'll do? Testing of their which reports? Key reports and spreadsheets. Means test their softwares whether they are non-manipulative or not. Next one, again which testing? क्या होता है? Sampling testing. Application of your procedures on 100% or less than 100%. चाहे वो, अब मेरे को ये बताओ, Amazon में 1.32 billion transaction है. Will you check all the 1.32 billion invoices, or you will do the sampling testing? Then consider the competence and independence of your staff. So not only you should be competent while doing the testing, you have to give the adequate training to your staff to be competent enough to do the testing along with you. So read the last point again. Consider competence, independence of staff and team performing the control testing. तो ये हो गया अपना planning stage and which stage? Last stage of every audit is what? Reporting. अब कैसे करेंगे reporting? What we are reporting? Their control which one? Deficient. अच्छा ये बताओ, is the client interested in knowing the strengths of the controls or weaknesses? Weak है. That's why they hired you. Strengths so they also know we are good in this, but they don't know where they are bad. So what do we report? We report their which deficiencies? In that, significant deficiencies and material what? Weaknesses, where they definitely have to work upon. Next one, not only fault finding machine, we are also going to give you what? Recommendation. That is called remediation of what? कंट्रोल वीकनेसेस. इंटरनल कंट्रोल मेमो दैट इज कॉल्ड मैनेजमेंट लेटर. अगर आपको याद हो ऐसे 265 कम्युनिकेशन द वीकनेसेस विद TCWG. हम लोग कैसे कम्युनिकेट करते किसको मालूम है? उसे बोलते LOW. व्हाट डू वी कॉल इट एज? लेटर ऑफ वीकनेसेस. और इसे मैनेजमेंट लेटर भी बोलते हैं. But most of the case, stop avoiding the using the word called management letter. क्योंकि sometimes we confuse the management letter with the word called MRL. MRL is different. उसे बोलते हैं management representation letter. तो better to use the word called low. Your controls are low, low. Correct है? Controls are low. That's why low. Letter of weaknesses. And last but not the least, auditor's report. अब बताओ, what are the 3 stages? Planning. Planning में we acquired the knowledge of their quantitative, qualitative aspects. We understood their AKOCB. We understood the knowledge of their automated environment with software they are using. Initial meetings. What we did in the second stage execution में, first we evaluated their controls, then we tested their controls. After testing, we came to know about some strengths and weaknesses. But what we are reporting? Weaknesses. Along with what? Recommendation. In the form of which report? Auditor's report. कोई भी डिफरेंस नहीं है. अब व्हाट इज द नेक्स्ट थिंग दे मे आस्क यू इन द ऑटोमेटेड एनवायरनमेंट. एक और टॉपिक है जिसको हम लोग बोलते हैं डेटा माइनिंग. व्हाट डू वी कॉल इट एज? ये वाला टॉपिक आई वाज टेलिंग यू. द सेम क्वेश्चन कैन बी मिक्स्ड टुगेदर विद फोरेंसिक ऑडिट ऑल्सो एंड कैन बी कॉल्ड इन द एग्जामिनेशन. क्योंकि ये दोनों ये टॉपिक कॉमन है फोरेंसिक ऑडिट में भी एज वेल एज व्हाट ऑटोमेटेड. रीड दिस पॉइंट. टेस्टिंग यूजिंग द एंड आई टोल्ड यू 8 steps of data analytics. You'll find it over here. What do you mean by data analytics and data mining? First of all, read the point. Generating and preparing which information? Meaningful information. From a which system? Raw system data. By using the processes, by using some tools and techniques is known as what? Are you getting the point? जैसे say for example coal mining में क्या होता है? They take the full mud. They put a mud in one particular plate and they have some water. They will wash the mud and the gold will start coming up because gold is heavier than mud. So the mud will go out of the water and the gold will be retained. Same is the case. That is their technique. What is our tools and techniques that we will use? What are our tools? Please tell me. ADL. अभी पढ़े थे ना? What are our tools? ADL, IDEA, SQ, CSL, Common Software Tool, and then I told you Snapshot, RAID. These are all not the techniques of what? इसीलिए तो डेटा एनालिटिक्स इज ऑल्सो नोन एज डेटा माइनिंग इज ऑल्सो नोन एज कार्ट टेक्निक्स. व्हाट इज कार्ट? कंप्यूटर असिस्टेड ऑडिट टेक्निक. तो वी आर गेटिंग द मीनिंगफुल इंफॉर्मेशन आउट ऑफ द रॉ data system by using some tools and techniques. That process is known as what? Data mining. Auditors can apply this concept for the several aspects of auditing, including the following areas. So you can do it on preliminary analytics or risk assessment or what? Control. These are the areas where you can use the which technique? Data analytics. You can also use it in what? Non-standard analysis, evaluation of what? Deficiencies and fraud risk assessment. So what are the 8 steps I told you? This is the 8 steps. Read the step number 1. Understand the business environment, including its what? IT. What they are using. What is the step number 2 I told you? Define your objective and criteria. ठीक है ना? What is the step number 2? Define the objective and criteria. What is the third thing we did? Identify the source and format of data. Okay, from which source you are going to get a data. So tell me 3 steps. First, we gain the understanding of its business environment, including the IT framework. Second, we defined our objective and what is my criteria. क्या होता है? Criteria is the standards with which you will compare the data at the later stage. So that standards you already have to define at the which stage? Second stage. Third stage में हमने क्या किया? Source of data. Am I correct? And format of data. Fourth one what? Extracted a data. अब हमारे पास result है. We have that output. Output को क्या करेंगे? Verify its accuracy and what? Completeness. 5 steps हो गए. Wow. What is the 6th one? What we defined in second step, now we are going to apply it. What we defined in second step? Criteria. Now we'll apply the raw data with what? Criteria to check whether it is matching with the standard or not. Am I correct? And what is the 7th point? Validate and confirm the results. And are you doing it for yourself or for the management? Report it. Report and document the result conclusions. Tell me the 8 steps. understanding the business environment including IT framework. Second thing, you will not find anything alien in automated. We create a sensible environment. Automated environment is a very different kind of chapter. It needs some special attention. No, think like a normal audit. It's just that some words are here and there which you have to substitute. Point number one, understanding business environment including IT framework. Define the objective and criteria. Third, format and source of data. Fourth one, extract the data. Check its completeness, accuracy. Set up with the criteria. Apply the criterias. Validate the results. Report. Are you getting it? And like that, we have some international standards also. What are the international standards? First of all, तो we have standards on issued by whom? ICAI. Second one, ये नाम याद कर लो बस. Some international standards of doing the automated environment audit. First one is ICAI has given us. What is the second one? ISO 27001 is to 213. इसे बोलते हैं ISMS. What is ISMS का full form? Information Security Management System. Repeat again. ठीक है, इसका मेन नाम क्या है? ISO 27001 is to 2013. Are you getting ISMS? Full form again. Information Security Management System. Next one is ITIL. What is ITIL का full form? Information Technology Infrastructure Library. तो ISMS Information Security Management System मतलब to secure the information, that management system we have. Information Security Management System. What is ITIL? Information Technology Infrastructure Library, which is also known as ISO 20000. Then what is the next one we have? PCI. ये basically debit and credit card industry में popular होता है. जैसे you might have seen that sometimes when we use Amazon, Flipkart, they ask about debit credit card details. और उसके बाद हम लोग CVV number डाल दें. After that OTP आता है, transaction होती है. But when the next time you will do, CVV number will not be automatically there, but your credit card details are there. अब this is the responsibility of the Amazon to ensure that your financial credit card details and debit card details should not be leaked. अगर वहां से लीक होती है तो it means their IT controls and security systems are highly poor. Are you getting the point? और वहां पे स्पेशली लिखा होता है, ये इनके एग्रीमेंट ऑफ सर्विस में होता है, विच वी जनरली इग्नोर टर्म्स एंड कंडीशन में, कि इफ एनी लीकेज कम्स फ्रॉम माई साइड आपको 50 टाइम्स कॉम्पनसेशन मिलता है, वट एवर द फ्रॉड हैज हैपेंड. Are you getting the point? तो Amazon, Flipkart, wherever you do, better that कि after doing the transaction, delete the transaction instead of keeping it over there. You have a, like, can we save it for future reference or not? Don't save it. Delete it immediately. उसे बोलते हैं PCI. What is PCI? Payment Card Industry. अब बताओ, what is the first one? ISMS क्या है? Information Security Management System, which is ISO 27001 is to 2013. Second one क्या है? ITFL, Information Technology Infrastructure Library, which is ISO 20000. And what is the next one? PCI, Payment Card Industry. Next one AICPA, तो full form पता ही है आपको, American Institute of Certified Public Accountant. उसका एक स्टैंडर्ड नंबर है जो ऑटोमेटेड इन्वायरमेंट को कवर करता है, दैट इज SSAE नंबर 16. एंड देन लास्ट वन CSF. व्हाट इज CSF? साइबर सिक्योरिटी फ्रेमवर्क. दैट्स इट. 6 नेम्स बताओ जल्दी. स्टैंडर्ड्स ऑन ऑडिटिंग इशूड बाय ICAI. सेकंड ISMS, इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम. ITFL, ITIL, sorry, not FL. ITIL, Information Technology Infrastructure Library. Third, PCI, Payment Card Industry. Fourth, AICPA, American Institute of Certified Public Accountant के अंदर SSAE number 16. And last one, Cyber. CSI है ना वो? Cyber Payment Cyber Security Framework. बस हो गया ऑटोमेटेड इन्वायरमेंट. अर्थమైंदा? देखो सर, ऐसा होता है कि कॉन्फिडेंस गिव्स यू द ओनली पावर. लाइक ये अपना 30-35 आवर्स में इफ यू वांट टू कॉन्कर, और दिस टाइम तो यू हैव एन एडवांटेज, तुम्हारे पास 2 दिन है, एंड यू विल बी हाईली लकी इफ यू हैव द SFM exemption. Anybody have SFM की exemption? You have. तो 4 days, हाँ, रिलैक्स. 2 दिन मस्त सोना. Extra ordinary sleep you should have during those 2 days. But this subject won't let you sleep. It's the biggest fear in your eyes, right? Seriously, it comes in your dream. Looking, देखो हमारे लिए भी बहुत important है कि now actually our way of teaching have also changed. Now we have to teach as how ICA expects you to learn. Now ICA has started asking the question in an implementation way, so our teaching process also has changed accordingly. तो पहले क्या होता था? It was very easy. Now 130-40 hours में we used to complete the batch. Now it takes almost 200 to 220 hours to complete the auditing batch. And when we say now it's a 200, sir, auditing ही तो subject है. Auditing को 200 hours. So when they ultimately, when they fail 1 time or 2 times, then they will realize what sir was saying was right. अब बताओ, what else? 8:35. Were you satisfied? 100% sorted? कुछ दिक्कत है तो बोलो. Any deficiencies in my internal control system? I am ready to accept the LOW, letter of weaknesses. Right? मजा आया 4 दिन? Completed the subject in a best way. आपको after the class बोल देता हूँ मैं. ठीक है? Did you get the point? और बताओ, anything you are looking for, like any doubt if getting raised in your mind, or you wanted some clarification on something, sir, what to do in this case and that case. ABC category, everything I made you right. Okay? So thank you so much everyone. It was lovely teaching you all, and I hope I served the best purpose for you to coming here. And thanks for lending your patient ears. I'll borrow it again now after getting qualified. Are you getting the one? That's another way of saying all the best for your exams. Do well in your exams. Make yourself, me, and your parents proud, and enjoy the life. Now, your main hardest part of your life has gone. Hardly another 1 month, 1.5 months, and then the good life is waiting for you. Lavish life, luxury, everything is waiting for you. ठीक है? चलो, all the best. Thank you so much everyone. It was lovely teaching you all. ठीक है? सर एक बार क्लोज कर दो अभी. अपन वो खेलेंगे, एक सेल्फी खींचेंगे. ठीक है? हाँ, एक साइड आ जाओ तुम. कम दिस साइड ना. I will stand over here and will have a, and no one will say cheese. Everyone